Amidst the great expanse of time, in a world veiled by layers of history, there are stones that whisper secrets of a forgotten past. Each etched line and cryptic symbol tells a tale, challenging our deepest convictions about civilization's dawn and its storytellers. From Turkey's ancient Göbekli Tepe, where symbols dared to exist before our concept of writing, to Peru's enigmatic Ica stones that defy logic and yet stand defiant. In this hushed narrative, these stones patiently await our understanding, hinting at revelations that might transform history books forever. Listen closely as the stones have their stories to tell. Let us embark on a gentle voyage through the veils of time to an ancient hill in southeastern Turkey. Here, obscured for thousands of years by layers of earth, stands Göbekli Tepe, the world's oldest known temple complex. This site, with its intricately carved T-shaped limestone pillars, serves as a profound enigma, compelling us to reconsider our understanding of civilization's dawn. Conceived over 11,000 years ago, before the dawn of agriculture or the birth of settled societies, Göbekli Tepe beckons us to reshape the story of human development. Here, echoes of a time when our ancestors, motivated by the cosmic mysteries, gathered to commune with the divine, leaving a legacy etched in stone, resonate across the ages. In the heart of Göbekli Tepe lies the timeless question of its purpose. Do these carvings represent messages, records, or sacred symbols? As we probe the enigmas and delve into the craftsmanship of this ancient stonework, we unravel tales that predate the spoken word. Each pillar stands as silent sentinel amidst the ruins, inviting deep contemplation. They testify to the ingenuity and spiritual depth of early humans, casting doubt on conventional narratives that propose agriculture as the cradle of civilization. Instead, Göbekli Tepe suggests that the essence of human society might be rooted in the sacred and metaphysical, with the stone's whispers offering glimpses of a forgotten human soul. Perched atop a secluded hill with sweeping views of the Anatolian plateau, Göbekli Tepe was uncovered anew by archaeologists in the closing years of the 20th century. Excavations unearthed circular enclosures, anchored by grand T-shaped pillars adorned with animal bas-reliefs and abstract symbols. Dating back to the 10th millennium BCE, this archaeological wonder predates both Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids, claiming its place among the most remarkable and mystifying discoveries of our era. The sophistication of its architecture and the artistry of its carvings fundamentally transform our understanding of early human societies, illuminating the shadowy depths of prehistory, once thought to consist only of wandering tribes. These enigmatic circles and carvings challenge established theories that link the rise of permanent settlements and complex structures to the emergence of agriculture. Within Göbekli Tepe lies evidence suggesting gatherings of foraging communities capable of organizing and creating monumental edifices. This raises profound implications. It could have been communal rituals and social interaction that first drove the development of such spaces, subsequently shaping the social structures of modern civilization. The pillars stand as physical embodiments of early human belief systems, where the spiritual and the sacred were interwoven into the very fabric of daily life. Göbekli Tepe's allure lies in the stories it tells through the language of its art. The pillars, some towering over 6 meters high, bear carvings of a wide range of creatures, from fierce boars to delicate birds. These carvings do more than illustrate the natural world. They hold potential symbolic significance, reflecting the beliefs, myths, and cosmologies of an ancient people. the images suggest a dimension of spirituality, a world in which animals were revered, perhaps embodying divine spirits or serving as totems in shared rituals that united the community in common traditions and beliefs. Beyond the animal motifs, abstract symbols dance across the stone, sparking scholarly debates and speculations. Some suggest these symbols mark early attempts at communication, the embryonic forms of a script unseen elsewhere. Others perceive them as representations of celestial phenomena or spiritual concepts. The lack of definitive answers invites introspection, prompting consideration of how these symbols might mirror nascent cognitive processes, the early human contemplation of existence, mortality, and the beyond. In these carvings rest echoes of mankind's perennial search for meaning, of a world animated by forces invisible and incomprehensible. The architectural splendor of Göbekli Tepe is a testament to ancient ingenuity and communal vision. Constructed without the knowledge of wheels, metal tools, or pottery, the site urges us to reconsider early human technological prowess. It comprises circles of massive pillars hewn from limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, transported uphill and nestled into bedrock with expertly carved channels, a unity of purpose and unprecedented cooperation in their creation. This grand cooperative endeavor suggests advanced construction knowledge, necessitating collaboration, specialized labor, and visionary guidance. The T-shaped pillars may represent stylized human forms, perhaps embodying gods or ancestral spirits. Their meticulous placement within the circles suggests deliberate alignment with cardinal directions or astral objects, hinting at early astronomical understanding. Every element seems born of a philosophical vision, a society intimately attuned to its environment's rhythms and its role within the cosmos. This architectural mastery and alignments expand our perception of ancient capabilities, shedding light on what inspired those who erected these monumental structures. Göbekli Tepe captivates with more than mere stone. It connects us to the lives and rituals of those who once gathered in this ancient sacred place. Hints of rituals carried out amid these pillars speak of ceremonial landscapes, with their precise details shrouded in mystery. These ritual activities, suggested by the site's scope and craftsmanship, the vivid animal carvings, intricate glyphs, and deliberate interment of structures no longer in use, propose that its creators engaged in complex spiritual customs that fostered unity across scattered groups. The site invites speculation into the cultural psyche of its builders, a society rich in introspection and organized religious practices. As we walk among their enduring legacy, we find ourselves drawn into a spiritual communion that transcends time, reflecting on how these traditions linked their practitioners to the cosmos. Göbekli Tepe unveils not merely the rites of an ancient era, but challenges us to ponder the ways such foundational practices may have molded the trajectory of human culture, echoing through the ages to influence contemporary beliefs and societal paradigms. Among the most captivating aspects of Göbekli Tepe is its complex iconography engraved upon the pillars. Adorning these stones, one finds a menagerie of animals, both threatening and placid, alongside enigmatic abstract designs, each offering silent testimony to the symbolism interlaced with the spiritual essence of this prehistoric culture. Deciphering these carvings remains treacherous, born from a world so distant in context and expression. Were these symbols protective charms, mythic stories, or representations of spiritual realms? Understanding their physicality is but half the puzzle, for true enlightenment lies in grasping what they conveyed to the human minds who shaped them. While scholars persistently engage in a dance between imagination and tangible evidence, Some suggest that this imagery might form the roots of proto-writing, or a systemized symbolic language, encapsulating shared concepts or traditions. Others propose that these carvings played mnemonic roles, aiding oral memory in pre-literate societies. Though definitive interpretations remain elusive, exploring these possibilities highlights the innovative and speculative spirits of our forebears. It is this ceaseless pursuit for understanding that drives us to unravel the riddle that is Göbekli Tepe. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe challenges the conventional chronological frameworks of societal evolution. Historically, complexity in societies was thought to originate with agriculture and the resulting sedentary life. Yet Göbekli Tepe, seemingly constructed before agriculture, posits that substantial societies might have arisen to build such grandiose edifices, eventually nurturing farming and settlements. This perspective overturns the traditionally held narrative of the agricultural revolution as the civilization catalyst. The ramifications resound throughout our conception of societal evolution. Göbekli Tepe may mark a point where collective beliefs and ritualistic practices initiated communal life, spurring technological and societal advancements that subsequently enabled agricultural flourishment. This alternative storyline, where shared spirituality may have catalyzed early social organization, reshapes civilization's emergence as a rich tapestry of intellectual, spiritual, and societal elements, interwoven more intricately and earlier than traditionally perceived. Göbekli Tepe stands distinct as evidence of human ingenuity, enhancing our appreciation for the complex weave that formed the foundation of human civilization. Göbekli Tepe, with its majestic columns and cryptic carvings, resonates with our innate human desire for spirituality and understanding. It embodies communion with the divine, suggesting a sophisticated spiritual awareness long before organized world religions emerged. This nascent spirituality represents not a trivial historical footnote, but a reminder of the timeless quest for the divine, a quest echoing through the ages, threading modern spiritual exploration with those who first assembled at Göbekli Tepe's sanctified grounds. In contemplating this spiritual awakening, we ponder how intertwined shared beliefs may have been with daily realities. It is plausible that the awe evoked by life's mysteries among early humans fostered a natural inclination towards spirituality. This integration of the sacred and the mundane imbues their life narratives with substantial meaning, sculpting the edifice for future religious doctrines and philosophies that would guide subsequent generations. As we dwell among these remnants, we too might feel a connection spanning time, acknowledging the persisting essence of spirituality as a cornerstone of the human journey. Today's spiritual seekers may find inspiration in Göbekli Tepe, where the echoes of societal and spiritual discovery first began to unfurl. The site serves as a testament to our shared ancestry, not confined by geography, but united by our continual pursuit for community, purpose, and the knowledge of the uncharted. This ancient communal effort to create spaces of reverence and enlightenment underlines timeless themes of cooperation and unity, vital as we navigate the intricacies of modern existence. In an era where the social fabric often buckles beneath materialism's weight, Göbekli Tepe imparts the enduring significance of community. As we ponder its spiritual core, the site emerges as a symbol not just of prehistoric achievements, but of the unifying might of collective spirituality. Within these ageless stones lies potential for rekindling our own spiritual awakenings, inviting us to foster communities reflective of ancient courage, creativity, and spiritual mindfulness. Just as the builders carved their history into these stones, we can too cultivate meaningful connections by listening to the echoes of our shared human odyssey. Ultimately, Göbekli Tepe is a profound gateway, interlinking us with ancestral wisdom and future possibilities. It illuminates humanity's unwavering relationship with mystery, a thirst for exploration and comprehension. Yet the journey through Göbekli Tepe surpasses mere academic intrigue. It is an exploration of universal truths regarding creation, community, and consciousness. As we ponder its mysteries with reverence, it enriches not only our understanding of the past, but engenders inquiries that shape our future discoveries about ourselves and the cosmos. As we continue to decipher the enigma that is Göbekli Tepe, our outlook on civilization's path, both past evolutions and potential destinies, is refined. Within these silent stones lies a story of origins, an unfolding horizon yet to be comprehended fully. This voyage into concealed domains not only unearths forgotten histories, but encourages a dialogue with today. Like a timeless narrative unfurling under starry skies, the stones summon us to seek, to question, and to reimagine our place within the continuum of time. Göbekli Tepe, with its sublime mystery, challenges yet more importantly, inspires us to listen, to history, to the stones, and to the universe's silent whispers. In the land of ancient mysteries, where sun-drenched stones whisper secrets to those who listen with eyes closed and minds open, there lies a story about the enigmatic Ica stones, a tale woven into the cultural tapestry of Peru. These stones, etched with cryptic images, have puzzled, amazed, and divided seekers of knowledge and truth for decades. They challenge our understanding of history, standing as silent sentinels, guarding an unseen world of mysteries waiting to unravel. The Ica stones, numbering in the thousands, sprang into the public consciousness through the efforts of Dr. Javier Cabrera, a man whose curiosity led him into the labyrinthine corridors of ancient history. This collection of stones, bearing carvings of fantastic creatures and unthinkable knowledge, was brought to light in the 1960s when Dr. Cabrera embraced them with the zeal and passion of a man who believed he had discovered an arcane truth echoing from the annals of time. These stones, he claimed, were evidence of a civilization that possessed knowledge far exceeding what established history would have us believe. From depictions of humans with dinosaurs to surgical procedures that echo modern medical practices, these stones seem impossibly advanced. Each stone is a testament carved into andesite, a volcanic rock of the region, carrying markings that demand introspection from the observer. As we consider their implications, we must navigate the delicate balance between the desire for discovery and the temperance needed when facing what may be illusion. The carvings depict a surreal world, challenging the boundaries of imagination and credibility, taunting the very fabric of historical timelines. Among the tales these stones tell are those of encounters with long-extinct creatures, the dinosaurs we know only through bones arranged in museums, suddenly depicted alongside humans in dynamic interaction. The impossibility of such coexistence asks us to reconsider the stories of evolution and extinction that have shaped our understanding of the past. Could these be echoes of an era forgotten, captured and preserved on stone for future generations to decipher? Or are they the product of creative fancy, meant to intrigue and confound rather than inform? Then, we turn our gaze to the surgical depictions, scenes of medical prowess that boggle the mind as they suggest knowledge of the human body beyond what we believe ancient hands could wield. These carvings hint at heart transplants and cranial surgeries, where lines cut across stone like incantations of skill and understanding. They are enchantments of the improbable, transporting the viewer to a time when such feats should not have been possible, when tools of wood and bone should have struggled to achieve what is portrayed with such precision. As our mind ventures further into this enigma, the stars themselves seem to speak from these stones. Celestial bodies charted in meticulous detail suggest a mastery of the heavens akin to advanced civilizations known for their astronomical prowess. Could these carved stars be the echoes of dialogues conducted with the cosmos by ancient astronomers? Or merely fanciful representations meant to conjure wonder in those who gaze upon them? These stars may serve as guides, as maps etched by light, yet their context lies obscured by clouds of skepticism and uncertainty. Doubts cloud the authenticity of the Ica stones, as whispers of forgery and deceit dance around them like murmurings heard, but not understood over the rushing waters of a hidden stream. The stories of local craftsmen claiming to have created these stones add weight to the doubts cast by skeptics who insist these artifacts are modern creations adorned with ancient designs. The confessions, recanted as swiftly as given, swirl in the currents of truth and deception, leaving one to ponder the origins of these captivating stones. In opposition stand the advocates, those whose hearts resonate with the mystery these stones embody. They argue for authenticity, seeking to pull at the threads of history that might reveal truths yet unseen. To them, these stones serve as clues to a civilization that dared to dream beyond the limits set upon them, a testament to human potential and curiosity that beckons us still. They argue that the diversity of knowledge inscribed is beyond the wit of mere mischief makers. The stones, in their eyes, are portals to a time when humanity dared to transcend its bonds. The shadow of Dr. Cabrera looms large over the stone's legacy, enshrined within the museum he established to share his vision. Herein lies a collection that invites wonder, contemplation, and the interplay between belief and skepticism. The stones become more than relics. They are conduits to conversations about our past, living echoes of debates as old as history itself. They stand at the crossroads of archaeology and mythology, embodying the heart of an ancient saga that we are bound to revisit again and again. Throughout modern culture, the allure of the Ica stones has been magnified, transformed into tales of ancient civilizations hidden in plain sight. Documentaries and media embrace the stone narratives, blurring the line between documented history and speculative fiction. They become symbols of an eternal quest for knowledge that defies time and space, ensnaring imaginations and kindling debates about our ancestors and the legacies they leave in stone. In the arms of skepticism and sober analysis lies the opportunity for learning and growth. The Ica stones spark curiosity, compelling historians and educators to ask probing questions, to traverse the terrain of historical narratives and the lessons they hold for modern society. They inspire debate and reflection, encouraging us to scrutinize the stories we teach and embrace, to consider the gifts of critical thinking entwined with an appreciation for the unknown. The Ica stones, enigmatic still, lie between realms where shadow and light intermingle, casting dreams spun from their mysterious origins. They draw us into a place where mythology breathes life into stone, while our ancestors' whispered legends linger in our consciousness. Much like the timeless sands enveloping them, they are at once solid yet elusive, inviting us to explore and meditate upon the layers of our understanding of humanity's journey through the ages. As silence pervades the contemplation of these stones, They transform from mere artifacts into profound symbols, the embodiment of philosophical exploration and spiritual seeking. For some, they stand as mirrors reflecting the dance of civilizations spiraling through millennia, their carved surfaces tracing patterns of infinity. For others, they serve as musings on the duality of myth and truth, manifestations of humanity's eternal thirst for enlightenment. And thus, as we chart the course set by the Ica stones, we find ourselves in a realm of perpetual wonder, where the embrace of possibility intertwines with the pursuit of evidence. Whether we deem them artifacts of an age long past or the playful imagination of recent history, they remind us of the timeless bond we hold with the past and the mystical paths we continue to walk in the quest for understanding. So the story remains, a whispered echo, an invitation to the curious and the dreamer, a legacy yet to be deciphered. In the heart of modern-day Romania, nestled within the quiet village of Tărtăria, an archaeological discovery unfolded in the year 1961. It was here that Nicolae Vlasa, an explorer of ancient cultures, uncovered small clay tablets etched with symbols, igniting a spark of curiosity that spread beyond the borders of time. These enigmatic artifacts, steeped in mystery, were poised to challenge the established narratives of written language, propelling humanity into reconsidering the timelines of our intellectual evolution. Scholars found themselves captivated by the notion that these tablets, possibly predating the Sumerian cuneiform scripts by over a millennium, held within them a profound story of Europe's Neolithic peoples. These tablets, etched with what could be the whispers of early writing, became a focal point of debate and intrigue. They promised a glimpse into a prehistoric world where cultures weaved their tales through signs and symbols, setting the stage for a dramatic reconsideration of the origins of writing itself. This profound find questioned the long-held belief that the fertile crescent of the Tigris and Euphrates was the singular cradle of civilization, where writing first flourished. Instead, the Tărtăria Tablets posed the question of whether our ancient ancestors in Europe had already begun to articulate thoughts in symbolic form. The symbols inscribed on these tablets emerged from the depths of the past, capturing an essence both abstract and intentional. Observers noted the arrangement of designs that seemed to suggest a communicative purpose, intertwining with the artistry evident in the pottery and figurines of the Vinča culture. This was a culture celebrated for its harmonious blend of craft and spirituality, leaving a legacy of symbols that danced between the realms of art and communication. These signs radiated sophistication, suggesting a community that deeply understood the essence of recording its experiences and wisdom. Speculation abounded as researchers sought to unveil the meanings wrapped in the complexity of the symbols. Some viewed them through the lens of commerce, positing that they might reflect early attempts at bookkeeping. Others suggested sacred significance, perhaps tied to rituals involving communication with deities or elements of the natural world. The rich tapestry of interpretations struggled to find agreement, for without a key akin to the Rosetta Stone, the symbols remained open to imaginative and scholarly exploration alike. They embodied an intricate web of human understanding, teasing with secretive whispers of a life long forgotten, yet echoing through the corridors of time. To explore the depths of these mysterious inscriptions, one must journey further into the cultural landscapes from which they emerged. The Vinča culture flourished between the 6th and 3rd millennia BCE, spreading its roots from present-day Serbia across surrounding regions. This civilization showcased a balance of agriculture, hunting, and advanced ceramics. It was an era of complexity and innovation, where the people transformed clay into expressions of both utility and elevated form, where pots and figurines spoke of a life both mundane and divine. The artifacts of the Vinci beckoned scholars to unravel the mysteries of a society capable of such symbolic richness, suggesting that it may indeed have been home to Europe's earliest form of proto-writing. The archaeological journey that brought the Tărtăria Tablets to light did not come without its share of challenges. Carbon dating hinted at an origin around 5,300 BCE, but not everyone in the academic world was convinced. Questions of stratigraphic integrity and potential contamination lingered like ghosts over the site of discovery. Despite such concerns, the idea that these symbols could predate even the earliest known Sumerian scripts continued to entice curiosity and challenge entrenched chronologies, setting imaginations alight with thoughts of cross-cultural exchanges and intellectual awakenings in times long past. As one contemplates the potential connections between the Tărtăria symbols and Sumerian cuneiform, the mind wanders to ponder the paths of human thought and articulation. The Sumerians, with their evolving script, have long held pride of place in the historical narrative, celebrated for pioneering a written tradition that spanned centuries. Yet, if the Tărtăria markings were indeed formed with the intent of recording language, they speak to an ancient European contribution that might rival their Mesopotamian counterparts. They could represent a convergence of necessity and creativity, distinctive expressions in a broader human tapestry of symbolic evolution. The notion of proto-writing brings with it an appreciation for the journey toward abstraction. This transitional phase, marked by symbols that flirt with the line between intention and mere decoration, offers insights into how our ancestors engaged with their worlds through meaningful representations. It reflects a time when humanity began reaching for a means to capture thought and preserve experience beyond the ephemeral nature of spoken word. Each symbol etched into the clay is a testament to a culture's desire to reach beyond the immediate, a legacy that transcends the silent millennia, separating past from present. The Tărtăria Tablets invite a dance of interpretations, a reflection of the enduring nature of our minds to find meaning where none is immediately apparent. From sacred motifs to economic tallies, from mystical rituals to the mundane, the possibilities surrounding these symbols ignite a tempest of ideas that propel scholarly debate ever onward. Each interpretation, though rooted in imagination, serves as a bridge across time, allowing us to connect with the human spirit that once thrived within Europe's prehistoric landscape. This ongoing conversation echoes our relentless curiosity, even when faced by the vast unknown. In their physical form, the tablets themselves speak volumes of the people who crafted them. The texture of the clay, the careful etchings, the very weight in one's hand evokes a connection between the present-day observer and the Neolithic artisan, who centuries ago committed their knowledge to earth and time. Da Vinci's material culture serves as a portal through which the modern world might glimpse the intricacies of ancient lives, revealing desires and thoughts frozen in artistry, preserving interactions that seep through history. Comparisons with the giants of ancient scripts, like Egyptian hieroglyphs or Chinese characters, emphasize the diversity of early human communication. Each system arose from distinct cultural needs, merging art and language to create systems as intricate and varied as the peoples who devised them. While parallels may be drawn between these symbols and more established scripts, The true allure lies in recognizing a shared human inclination toward bridging the spoken and the unspoken through markings that transcend their original contexts. The phenomenon of moving beyond oral tradition to visual representation is not an isolated journey within the description of early cultures. It is a significant epochal shift where civilization steps towards the eternal, ushering in possibilities to enshrine teachings and edicts long after voices have faded. The Tărtăria Tablets, in their enigmatic insistence, serve as testimony to that groundbreaking stride made by those who sought to imprint their legacies where impermanence swirled in the dust of the ages. Our endeavors to decipher these markings mirror an undying commitment to uncovering the roots of our collective memory. With each attempt at translation, with each comparison to other symbolic systems, we draw closer to understanding the nuanced syntax and semantics that might have flourished among Europe's early peoples. Though certainty is yet distant, our pursuits reflect the vibrant interplay among disciplines that form the backbone of archaeological study. This quest enchants as it eludes, each step guided by conjecture tempered with evidence, driven by the desire to bridge a past, yet visible only through lenses obscured by time. The controversy surrounding the tablets extends beyond linguistics. It touches national and cultural identities, influencing not only historical understanding, but also the stories within which nations weave their heritages. Scholars find themselves divided, some affirming the possibility of proto-writing in Europe, others urging caution against the enthusiasm that has yet to meet conclusive validation. This dialogue, though fraught with disagreement, fertilizes fields of investigation, each debate augmenting the questions that drive academia's march toward clearer understanding. The tablets prompt a reevaluation of European prehistory, challenging conventional views that place innovation solely within the realms of other ancient civilizations. Should their symbolic meanings be accepted as authentic precursors to structured writing? The tablets offer a narrative of ingenuity and cultural flourishing on the continent beyond previously recognized scope. They grant new dimensions to trade, to exchanges of thoughts, and to the webs of connectivity decidedly unseen. Ultimately, these symbols are a spotlight on the crossroads where mythology and history blend, pushing our perceptions of truth and lore alike. As much as science ventures to unearth facts, these tablets hold a spiritual aspect, a reminder that history is as much about understanding our ethos as it is about untangling tangible realities. The myths woven around these tablets contribute mystery, casting them as relics within the pantheon of mystery, where human understanding and revelation weave timelessly through the fabric of existence. Around the tablets, orbit connections with various Neolithic cultures, crafting a mosaic through which visions from other ancient societies become interlaced with theories and certainty in equal measure. These artifacts carve a doorway into the economic, spiritual, and social landscapes that may have thrived among communities beyond Romania. The relationships between regional finds enrich the tale of their shared and distinct practices, encouraging a continual weaving of narratives that encapsulate history as both singular and shared. Their story finds cheerfully resonate among the wider populace as well, inspiring tales where fact becomes myth and myth becomes story, sifting into modern interpretations as popular culture embraces the allure of the ancient. Here, boundaries blur as science kindles imagination, entwining historical discourse with the broader terrain of legend, creating narratives that celebrate history while sometimes testing the bounds of its empirical foundation. Within Romania, the Tărtăria Tablets also touch upon cultural and national identity, imbuing their discovery with pride as potential evidence of a rich ancestral origin and innovation. This historical narrative vibrates with importance, fostering a cultural reconnection that not only reflects on a shared human past, but elevates it within the identity of a nation animated by its ancient spirit, reaching into today. In every etched line dances the whispers of a time when humanity was poised anew to capture existence in present and future echoes, reminders of the infinite journey crafted within the call of old clay and among timeless symbols embracing the cries from deep antiquity. In the silent embrace of New Mexico's expansive desert, where shadows cast by ancient hills seem to tell stories of times forgotten, lies a stone that defies the conventional boundaries of history. Known as the Los Lunas Decalogue stone, this massive basalt boulder, perched amidst the rugged terrain, is etched with inscriptions that whisper echoes of an ancient narrative. Etched in Paleo-Hebrew script, the stone proclaims a version of the Ten Commandments, a presence as unexpected as it is compelling, drawing seekers of truth into its enigmatic tapestry. The stone's presence questions the narrative we have long held, the one asserting that vast oceans once isolated continents, preventing the mingling of disparate cultures until the age of exploration blazed the trails of global connectivity. Here, in the heart of a land thousands of miles from the cradle of the Semitic languages, the inscriptions on the Los Lunas Decalogue stone provoke wonder and speculation. It is a story that beckons with the allure of the unknown, asking not only how such an artifact came to rest here, but why. Stepping back in time, we trace the story to whispers among locals who journeyed with their herds along these stony trails. The stone, known to some as Mystery Mountain, has woven itself into the cultural and oral fabric of the region, seen and unseen, spoken of in hushed tones, yet palpable in its mystery. The earliest documented interest came from Frank Hibben, a professor from the University of New Mexico in the 1930s, whose accounts rekindled academic curiosity. Tales of shepherds and travelers standing intrigued beneath the weighty presence of the stone's inscriptions offer fleeting glimpses into the depth of its enigma. Physically, the stone rests as a grand portrait in its natural gallery, a boulder stretching 2 meters in length and rising over 1 meter high. Its surface, weathered by time yet still grand, bears the inscriptions in a language old as the sands that drift around it. The Paleo-Hebrew letters, carved deliberately with care and precision, suggest the hand of a scribe familiar with ancient and sacred texts. These carvings stand as testament to both a deep knowledge of language and a desire to communicate something enduring, something sacred. In analyzing the Paleo-Hebrew language inscribed on the stone, we encounter ancient script echoing the voices of those who once navigated the world by stars and whispers of the divine. This language predates the more commonly known scripts of Aramaic descent, which enveloped and redefined Hebrew during the exilic journeys. It symbolizes an ancient rupture, a piece of history existing outside the expected continuum that portrays the peoples of Israel confined within their Middle Eastern bounds. The script, evocative of Phoenician influences, challenges the borders that serve as guardians of historical certainty. It speaks of connections, of pathways traversed long before seafaring was thought to thread the Earth's vast oceans. While skeptics muster their facts and figures to illustrate the improbability of such a journey, the stone, with its sacred inscription, invites the mind inward, resting in the cradle of possibilities that history is seldom straightforward, and that much may exist beyond the realm of what is known. Myth mingles with reality, as each carved word seems to reach beyond the boundaries of time, inviting contemplation of the commandments they represent. These commandments, forever etched in the stone's face, speak not only of divine decrees, but of the human heart's yearning for purpose, the encoded testament of a people searching for order in a tumultuous world. This intersection of religious text and earthly geography engenders a dialogue between faith and reason, perception and history. The story of the Los Lunas Decalogue stone is incomplete, shrouded as it is in uncertainty and the absence of definitive archaeological context. Without corroborative artifacts nearby, it floats like a solitary island in the academic sea, leaving scholars divided. Yet, some propose the notion of ancient mariners, traders and voyagers of Semitic origin, who might have crossed unthinkable distances, driven by necessity, wanderlust, or divine duty. This theory, a seafarer's dream, is stoked by hints of navigational prowess attributed to these ancient peoples. Supported by hints of diffusionist theory, the stone's presence in New Mexico questions the isolationist view that once prevailed, suggesting instead that cultural exchanges were more fluid, more pervasive across geographical divides. Such exchanges, if they did exist, carve hidden ringlets in the vast ocean of history, reaffirming the interconnectedness of human endeavor, irrespective of physical division. Through interdisciplinary exploration, linguistic, archaeological, and beyond, scholars continue to seek the elusive truth that this stone may hide beneath its eroded surface. In pursuit of understanding, analogous parallels invite themselves into the conversation. Stories of Phoenician explorers, revered in history as daring seafarers with vast trade networks and the capability of reaching distant shores. Could the Los Lunas stone be a remnant of such a rich tapestry of exploration, trade, and cultural expansion? As scholars examine the stone through lenses weary and wise with time, they revisit stories that pulsed through the ancient world like veins through flesh. Yet, even these veins follow paths that sometimes pin the incredible down to the creased maps of well-known civilizations. It is through poetic imagination and symbolic interpretation that the stone truly breathes alive. A sculpture shaped as much by cosmos as by human hands. In understanding the stone, oral traditions weave alongside the etched narratives, bringing the past into the present through the voices of the region's native iconography. These stories, resilient and fluid, highlight the stone not just as a mysterious visitor to these lands, but as an interwoven motif in the region's own cultural narratives. Here, indigeneity and extraneous mystery find common ground, sharing a landscape painted in panoramic hues of story and tradition. Examining the Los Lunas stone with modern techniques, we engage both an old acquaintance and an unyielding stranger. The stone's age and origin open themselves to scrutiny through forensic methodologies. Spectroscopy, radiocarbon dating, and New Age imagery strive to decipher the shades of time etched upon its surface, each test a step closer to unraveling or deepening the mystery. The enigma of its existence as both artifact and idea fuels enrichment of our collective past, bridging theological metaphor and secular reason. For believers, the inscriptions resonate as divine whispers carried, against all odds, to distant lands. For those rooted in reason, questions arise demanding concrete proof beyond the poetic allure these carvings evoke. As we navigate the depths of time, the Los Lunas Decalogue stone stands resilient, shadowed by unanswered questions and aglow with the unquenched thirst for discovery. It sits like a sentinel, An anomaly in a world that demands empirical validation, yet it whispers to the open heart of divine presence, distant journeys, and the indomitable human spirit. This stone, immersed in cultural myths and media intrigue, sustains itself as a muse for storytellers who weave tales embracing its silence and mystery. It occupies the space between what was, what is imagined, and what could be, expressing human creativity across the spectrum. While concern for preservation and the cultural imprint of its mystery persists, the stone itself remains a sturdy companion in the quiet corridors of history, its story unread and ever alluring. Thus, casting its inscribed shadow, the Los Lunas Decalogue stone sparkles as a jewel bound in the geology of isolation, interlinked with the tapestry of human narrative in its endless quest for understanding. A touchstone reaching across time, invoking the persistent echo of stone, and inviting the soul to pause and listen. In the quiet embrace of Minnesota's vast landscapes, where whispers of history mingle with the rustling leaves, there lies a tale carved into stone, a tale of mystery, speculation, and the timeless dance between myth and reality. It begins in 1898 with a Swedish-American farmer named Olof Åman, who, while tending to his land, unearthed a stone entangled within the roots of a tree. This stone, known today as the Kensington Rune Stone, came to life with its inscribed runes, sending ripples of intrigue through time and space. The runes tell a story of a Norse exploration group comprising 8 Geats and 22 Norwegians, purportedly journeying through what is now Minnesota in 1362. These ancient symbols, etched with care and reverence, echo with the weight of history, suggesting a Norse presence in North America long before Columbus set sail for the New World in 1492. Yet, as with all tales etched in time, the Kensington Runestone is not without controversy. Its existence has sparked a fervent debate between scholars and skeptics, each side entrenched in its own convictions. There are those who argue that the runes bear the hallmarks of a cleverly crafted forgery, their inconsistencies a testament to deception. Others, with equal fervor, propose that the stone's peculiarities are not evidence of deceit, but rather reflections of regional variations or experimental writing unknown at the time of its discovery. This tension between fact and fiction, certainty and doubt, is emblematic of the broader dialectic between established history and the allure of the unknown. The story of the Kensington Runestone begins with Olof Åman, whose discovery, both accidental and serendipitous, thrust him into a world of intrigue and speculation. As the news of this peculiar slab spread, scholars and enthusiasts alike flocked to Minnesota, spurred by curiosity and the tantalizing promise of rewriting history. For Åman, a man of humble origins, this newfound fame was both a blessing and a burden. The skepticism with which his discovery was met mirrored the broader tension between scientific rigor and imaginative possibility, a duality that continues to color the stone's legacy. The inscriptions on the Kensington Runestone, consisting of 30 lines and over 200 characters, present a linguistic enigma that continues to baffle and fascinate. The runes appear to conform, at first glance, to known Scandinavian alphabets from the medieval era. Yet a closer examination reveals subtle anomalies, discrepancies that blur the lines between known linguistic conventions and the alluring possibility of unknown dialects or transitional scripts. These anomalies invite a multiplicity of interpretations. Some experts have argued that they are anachronisms, the products of creative fabrication. Others suggest that they represent remnants of a forgotten dialect or a linguistic evolution reflecting the Norse colonization of Greenland and parts of North America. This debate, unresolved and ever-evolving, underscores the complexities of understanding ancient runic writing systems and their regional nuances. Beyond the realm of language, the Kensington runestone invites reflections on the broader historical context. The notion of Norse expeditions to North America is not without precedent. Medieval Icelandic sagas recount the stories of Leif Eriksson's settlements in Vinland, widely thought to be modern-day Newfoundland. These narratives of exploration, conquest, and encounters with distant lands align with archaeological discoveries such as the settlement at Lons aux Meadows, a tangible proof of Viking presence on the continent over a millennium ago. If genuine, the Kensington runestone would expand the canvas of Norse exploration further inland, suggesting a more intricate tapestry of pre-Columbian interactions between European explorers and indigenous peoples. Geographically, the implications of such an expedition are profound. If authentic, the Kensington runestone hints not only at coastal navigation, but also at a deeper penetration into the North American heartland. This would require a nuanced understanding of the continent's geography, an ability to traverse its wilderness, and possibly alliances with indigenous tribes. It embodies a narrative of convergence, a cultural meeting point between old and new worlds, rich with the possibility of shared knowledge, exchanged ideas, and blended histories. Yet shadows of doubt continue to loom over the Kensington runestone. Skeptics highlight the mixture of runes, some of which had fallen out of use by the 14th century, pointing to this as evidence of forgery. Critics argue that a 19th century hoaxer, perhaps drawn by the allure of notoriety or profit, could have crafted the artifact using knowledge of antiquarian scripts. Olaf Oman himself, with access to scholarly texts on Scandinavian runes, is often positioned at the heart of these allegations. However, definitive proof remains elusive, and the stone's authenticity remains a point of contention, a testament to the challenge of verifying artifacts that dare to disrupt established historical narratives. In pursuit of clarity, the stone has undergone various scientific analyses, geological examinations of its weathering patterns, lichen dating, and microscopic inspections of the carving techniques. These efforts, aimed at transcending subjective interpretation, strive for tangible data that either substantiates or refutes the stone's historical claims. While some results lend credence to its early origins, dating artifacts like the Kensington runestone is inherently complex. The interplay between scientific inquiry and historical interpretation is dynamic and fraught with the uncertainties of environmental exposure and subsequent handling. A vivid reminder of the meticulous pursuit of truth in prehistoric relics. As with all ancient artifacts, the Kensington runestone weaves into the broader narrative of cultural memory and oral histories. For the Scandinavian American communities scattered across the Midwest, the stone embodies a tangible link to ancestral heritage, a relic that bridges past and present, evoking tales of Norse adventurers roaming the uncharted territories of North America. Moreover, whispers of Viking presence in Native American lore hint at cultural exchanges preceding recorded history, an exploration into the power of narrative and memory in shaping collective identities. This enigmatic artifact embraces an interdisciplinary dialogue that extends beyond historians to include linguists, archaeologists, geologists, and even folklore experts. By uniting these diverse perspectives, the exploration of the Kensington runestone enhances our understanding of migration, exploration, and cultural contact. It is a microcosm of the vast narrative of human connectivity, a testament to the value of varied academic approaches in unraveling historical enigmas. public fascination with the Kensington runestone continues to thrive, fueled by its mystique and the evocative narratives it spawns. The allure of unlocking ancient secrets evokes society's shared yearning to challenge established paradigms and uncover hidden histories. This interest has inspired a multitude of cultural artifacts, books, documentaries, and films that not only delve into the stone's mystery, but also celebrate humanity's insatiable quest for knowledge. Through the interplay of academic debate and public curiosity, the stone acts as a catalyst for discourse and discovery, inviting all who engage with it to ponder the depths of our collective past. Escaping the confines of academic circles, the stone has also invigorated local economies, transforming itself into a beacon of tourism. In the town of Alexandria, near its discovery site, the stone has become a symbol of local identity and pride. Yet beyond its economic impact, it serves as a reminder of the role of serendipity in historical discoveries. Olof Åman's chance encounter epitomizes the delicate balance between human endeavor and cosmic unpredictability in uncovering historical truths, highlighting the potential for new stories to emerge where we least expect them. Comparative analysis with other mysterious runestones, such as the Heavener runestone in Oklahoma or the Spirit Pond runestones in Maine, broadens our understanding of runic history beyond Scandinavian borders. Each bears its own distinct characteristics, yet together they beckon scholars to explore the confluence of old and new world narratives. This collective inquiry into enigmatic runestones invites further scrutiny, fueling the dialogue on early exploration. Preservation of the Kensington runestone emphasizes its role as a vital piece of cultural heritage, with efforts to safeguard its material integrity and educational value for future generations. The artifact's significance transcends mere authenticity, serving as a link to shared human experiences. Educational initiatives built around the stone offer opportunities to engage youth with history, fostering curiosity and a lifelong appreciation for discovery and critical thought. The conversation around the Kensington runestone navigates the fluid boundaries between myth and reality, an exercise in interpreting historical perception through narrative. In this space between the two, where the artifact resides, we are encouraged to acknowledge myth's role in shaping understanding while grounding our inquiries in evidence. Such exploration reflects the balance required to engage with both the creative and empirical realms, enriching our grasp of humanity's intricate past. Re-evaluating the Norse legacy in North America, which the Kensington runestone encapsulates, compels a reconsideration of this narrative in light of broader cultural intersections. If authenticated, the stone lends weight to Norse exploration as a vital component of pre-Columbian history, intersecting with the diverse array of cultural exchanges that have shaped our world. This re-evaluation challenges traditional historical perspectives, embracing complexity as we widen the lens through which we examine our shared human heritage. In conclusion, the Kensington runestone remains an eternal enigma, its alluring narrative woven into the fabric of our collective consciousness. Its runes, imbued with mystery, compel us to ponder questions of authenticity and the profound connections linking our past with our present. Through a journey that fuses history and imagination, the stone beckons us to reflect on our place within this vast tapestry of exploration and understanding, where curiosity continues to guide us as we seek the profound mysteries of our deep past. The hushed whispers of ancient Sumer come to us through time, scribed upon clay, bringing tales of kings who ruled for epochs that boggle the mind. Among these relics of the past, one stands out: the enigmatic Sumerian King List. An ancient cuneiform text etched long ago, it gazes back at the dawn of civilization, presenting a chronicle of kingship that weaves myth and history into a singular tapestry. Amidst the legends, we find a world where gods directly appointed mortals to rule, an era where the divine and mortal realms intertwine. The King List is not just a historical record, it is a journey into the spiritual cosmology of Sumer, depicting a celestial order where earthly reigns mirror divine providence. Some kings within these texts are said to have ruled for tens of thousands of years, their dynasties casting long shadows over the present and whispering secrets of uncharted histories and realms unseen. Unfurling the King List reveals a narrative that both challenges and enchants, drawing scholars into debates about the nature of these prolonged reigns. To glimpse its truths, one must reckon with the cultural and theological paradigm of an ancient society, where records served more than to document. They affirmed a cosmic truth where every ruler echoed the heavens' decree. It was among the remnants of ancient Mesopotamia where researchers dusted off these twilight tales from the earth, tracing their origins to the early 2nd millennium BCE. Yet, they do not exist as singular artifacts, but as copious copies inscribed persistently across time, attesting to their far-reaching significance. These tablets carry not merely genealogical records, but reflect the philosophical ideologies driving one of history's earliest great civilizations. In these ancient inscriptions, the historians believed they glimpsed legitimacy of power, traced through a cherished mythological ancestry. These precarious reconstructions, amassed from fragments found in cities long buried by time, speak to a subtler truth about Sumerian society, where divine mandates were not mere tales, but lived realities, woven into the fabric of their daily existence. Divine will lay at the heart of Sumerian mythology, painting a vivid cosmology where the gods walked the earth and bestowed kingship unto humans. Here, divinity and reality converged, gods woven into every realm, every thought, every narrative. The King List captures this celestial vision, folds it into lines of dead script, and presents its kings not merely as sovereigns, but as shadows cast by divine light. The King List is structured like an eternal song, with an ancient tale of a deluge separating its verses into two epochs, the pre-flood and post-flood reigns. Before the flood, kings like Alulim and Alalgar are said to have governed for spans that challenge comprehension, reigning over places like Eridu, in a time when gods and humans might have whispered the same secrets to one another. In their seemingly impossible longevity, these kings blur the lines between the earthy present and the divine eternity. With the flood, a divine cleansing swept through human time, a myth echoed across civilizations, marking a new chapter of lesser yet still remarkable spans. In the wake of this celestial reset, kingship emerged renewed, less about the stretch of time and more about the revelation of power's divine roots. Though history might not affirm each king's time, it renders the cyclical pattern of death and rebirth, cosmic mirrors viewed through history's veiled gaze. Pre-flood rulers linger in the nebulous space between truth and myth, their stories inviting thought on whether these vast ages hold grains of truth obscured by centuries of storytelling. While modern science clings to empirical certainties, the King List offers glimpses into a pre-scientific age, where life's mysteries found answers in divinity, and divine speech colored the stories that wove human consciousness. The narrative folds into itself as it remembers the flood, a story etched into countless cultures, each with its own prism of interpretation. Within the King List, the flood symbolizes divine adjudication and renews not just the earth, but the very currents of time, allowing history to unfurl again. Such myths resonate as ever-present metaphors, encoded in stone, vaulting destruction into symbols of purification and transcendence. Post-flood, with Earth restored, the role of kings begins anew, with figures who may stride between myth and history, like Enmebaragesi of Kish, whose chronicles intersect with relics unearthed in dusty earth. These moments of alignment tether myth to reality, placing the King List between the ethereal and the concrete, serving political motives and spiritual truths alike. Sumerian kingship was not about governance, but about spiritual precedence, where rulers were celestial conduits, intermediaries of divine intent. The King List underscores their reigns as epochs of not merely political, but metaphysical stature, connecting the temporal to the eternal, hieroglyphs of destiny inscribed into history's terrestrial pages. This divine kingship narrative, rooted in Sumer, rippled beyond the Tigris and Euphrates, flowing into the veins of Babylonian and Assyrian societies. As legends cross shores and times, they form the bedrock of stories whispered across the ancient Near East, influencing the faiths and governance models of countless generations. Yet, scholarly debate surrounds these pages, leaving questions of their nature unresolved. Whether seen as historical reckoning or poetic myth-making, the King List dares one to decipher its purpose beyond the literal, perhaps as memories or imaginations reshaped through sovereign forces seeking mightier truths, legacy weaving through its ancient line. Among the elongated reigns whisper clues to realms of symbolism, of a time when rulers were far more than men. These reigns evoke a mythical golden age, an unparalleled harmonization when humanity and divinity might meet intimately, encapsulating powerful metaphors within speculative history. The ripples extend to the biblical narratives, evoking parallels as far-flung as Genesis, where familiar tales of a great deluge carry notes of eternal myth. Themes of extended life, divine covenants, and sudden floods sync across cultures, inviting an ongoing conversation about narrative resonance and shared ancestral storytelling. Decoding the King List involves unraveling a linguistic tapestry, a cuneiform craft bridging ancient and modern understandings. Language becomes more than a method. It is an emblem of culture, a vessel upholding sacred histories while skillfully adapting to the relentless march of time. The King List wafts among the possibilities of inter-civilizational wisdom, reaching towards the celestial. As these timeless texts continue to resonate, they provoke musing on whether such ancient manuscripts connect beyond their immediate era, reaching across dimensions to whisper truths lost to modernity. In so doing, the King List represents more than an anthology of reigns. It pioneers the concept of a formal lineal document, preserving events through time, spanning the veils of myth and authority, standing as a precursor to the historiography of civilization. Yet the modern mind cannot help but peer into it again, imbued now with mystic science, seeking echoes of ancient rhyme, austere riddles within the flow of time. In the contemporary realm, this ancient script finds new life. For seekers and mystics alike, it is a cipher for cosmic chronologies, esoteric wisdom encoded within cryptic recounting. Mystics read between the cuneiform lines, where hidden truths await to be unbound by the enlightened mind. Ever a subject of new research, the King List persists in inviting fresh interpretations from the world of innovations in archaeology and conflicting historical theories. As new light pierces the past's veil, technologies merge with scholarship to enrich our understanding of history's fabric. And so the King List remains a genealogical artifact tracing humanity's rich tapestry. In its cycles of myth and history, it reminds us that stories are far more than tales. They are cultural legacies passed from generation to generation, weaving spiritual offspring into the shared earth of ancient consciousness. Each name within the King List continues to be a symbol, echoes of a distant past where kings lived beyond the human grasp of time, yet found myth immortalized. Critiques of fact-based fidelity do not detract from its deeper insights. Amidst lore and legend resides an abiding cultural meaning, affirming the interlaced dance between factual roots and legendary narrative. In capturing time itself, the King List insists on the coexistence of temporality and eternity, delineating cycles that transcend mortal sequence into the divine cadence. It embodies a terrestrial axis, a blend of divine derivation within a scaffold of rhythm that venture beyond mere mortal perception. Even today, this venerable record finds resurgence not only in scholarship, but also through the arts, transforming from cuneiform artifact into modern media fascination, becoming a wellspring of creativity. Here, the timeless blend of kings and gods infuses modern storytelling, cinematographic wonder, and enters an electronic imagination's landscape. Its teachings transport us to an arena where myth bridges to the empirical, inviting rigorous contemplation of cosmic philosophies as kin to scientific pursuit. These ancient entries stir the spirit, provoke deep introspection, reminding us of truths that pierce through time. The Sumerian King List thus emerges as a narrative beyond time, a legend composed in eternally breathing stone. It challenges us to listen to whispers that transcend centuries, inviting us to step into a world of dialoguing myths and truths. Ultimately, they meld our perceived constraints with the extraordinary possibility of understanding the cosmos through stories etched in an ageless, star-dusted script. In the hushed whispers of history's hidden corridors, the tale of the Paraíba inscription emerges, a stone slab supposedly discovered on Brazilian soil in the tranquil yet uncertain 1800s. This artifact, inscribed with what seemed to be Phoenician script, veils itself in layers of mystery and inquiry, sparking musings on the vastness of ancient seafaring adventures that might have dared to span beyond familiar shores. Here, questions of ancient mariners' capabilities dance with the thrilling possibility of contact across oceans long before the storied voyage of Columbus. Distinguishing reality from legend within this intricate narrative is as challenging as deciphering the ancient words themselves. Yet, like a stone slowly revealed by the retreating tide, new findings emerge, fanning the flame of fascination and scholarly debate. If this inscription is genuine, it would beckon a re-evaluation of our historical timelines, suggesting that the Phoenicians, those ancient mariners renowned for their expansive trade networks across the Mediterranean, might have reached beyond the horizon of the known world, embarking on a transatlantic journey. While many historians approach this tale with skepticism, the unresolved nature of the inscription's origin continues to captivate, inviting deeper dives into humanity's ancient ability to conquer the seas and the cultural exchanges such endeavors might have entailed. The story of the Paraíba inscription begins with a letter, a seemingly simple piece of paper that appeared in 1872, penned by Joaquim Alves da Costa. This letter claimed that the stone bore the tale of a Phoenician expedition that had met with disaster, leading to an unintended landing on the shores of what we now call Brazil. The initial excitement this stirred among historians was palpable. Yet that excitement was soon tempered by skepticism. The absence of the physical stone itself made it an artifact of words rather than tangible evidence. And as the years passed, the question of its authenticity lingered, with critics labeling it a hoax or a misunderstanding. In the charged air of scholarly debates, the early reaction to the inscription leaned heavily towards disbelief. Skeptics pointed to inconsistencies and the critical issue of the missing artifact to scientifically validate the claims. Yet, despite these doubts, the story seeded imaginations, sparking discussions on pre-Columbian trans-oceanic contact that continue to challenge the Western-centric narratives of our shared past. The Paraíba inscription endures as a beacon of intrigue and speculation, inviting explorers of history and enthusiasts alike to ponder its implications. The Phoenicians themselves, those masters of the ancient seas known as the traders of the ancient world, offer a foundation on which such possibilities can be imagined. By approximately 1200 BCE, these remarkable seafarers had woven trade routes throughout the Mediterranean, their legacy rich with nautical innovation and the establishment of thriving colonies like Carthage. The notion that they might have ventured beyond the Pillars of Hercules, reaching the Americas, draws upon the established history of their maritime prowess as a plausible point of departure. These ancient navigators crafted vessels that could withstand the rigors of long voyages, combining an unparalleled spirit of adventure with their sophisticated knowledge of the seas. Such capabilities prompt scholars to entertain the notion, however remote, that the Phoenicians could have braved the vast Atlantic. While indisputable evidence remains elusive, the whispers of such voyages continue to resonate within the enigmatic shadows cast by the Paraíba inscription. The linguistic aspect of this narrative unfolds as a tapestry of mystery and debate. According to Alves da Costa's letter, the inscription on the stone was in a language bearing striking resemblances to Phoenician. This resemblance beckoned linguists to weigh its legitimacy with painstaking care. Some of these scholars argue for legitimacy by pointing to structural nuances that echo known Phoenician syntax. Yet the absent stone precludes comprehensive analysis, casting the tale into a dance of words that hover between authenticity and artifice. Skeptics have identified potential anachronisms within the transcription, arguing it could be a modern forgery conceived with an incomplete understanding of Phoenician. Here, we find a paradox. Linguistic analysis teeters between tantalizing plausibility and frustrating inconclusiveness. This uncertain journey through language mirrors the broader quest for evidence, a quest extending into the archaeological realm, where tangible relics of Phoenician presence in the Americas remain ever elusive. No confirmed artifacts or ruins in Brazil or its environs decisively substantiate tales of ancient transoceanic contact. This absence inflames skepticism, but also fuels curiosity, urging archaeologists to widen their methodologies and confront biases that might obscure discovery. Scattered anomalous findings across the American continent hint at possibilities. Artifacts and inscriptions suggesting contact, yet never quite coalescing into proof. They invite us to question established pre-Columbian narratives, as the flickers of a different history whisper through the stones we ponder. The central debate revolves around whether the Paraíba inscription signifies legitimate history or a cleverly crafted fiction. Confronting this question mirrors the challenge of discerning authentic discoveries from compelling fabrications throughout the annals of archaeology. Historians weigh the inscription against other contentious claims to seek the truth within a balance of evidence and skepticism. Without tangible relics to support legitimacy, many lean towards the assumption of a hoax, drawing lines to other discredited claims that history has revealed as false. Yet others decry that such aversion to disrupt established narratives can stifle unbiased inquiry. In this delicate equilibrium, methodical exploration and open-mindedness hold the keys to uncovering the nuanced possibilities present in historical anomalies. Imagining if a Phoenician voyage to Brazil truly occurred invites us into the realm of hypothetical exploration. Supported by theoretical models of navigation, ancient paths emerge that would lead these daring seafarers westward from the Canary Islands to the vibrant Brazilian coast. Mastery of celestial navigation and the harnessing of currents and winds speak to the potential journey a Phoenician ship could have taken, each navigational decision coinciding with the rhythms of the vast Atlantic. Such speculations imagine how the stars might have guided those ancient vessels through waters that have given safe passage to countless unknown voyages. This framework extends our understanding of the possible maritime exploits of our ancestors, reflecting upon the skills and resources they may have wielded amidst the unpredictable sea. From these imagined journeys rise contemplations on cultural exchanges, the exchanges between the ancient Phoenicians and indigenous peoples of the Americas, tangible or merely dreamt. Though time has obscured definitive proof, such interactions are tempting possibilities woven into the tapestry of our shared past. A tapestry potentially visible in shared symbols or technology, yet forever out of reach in the absence of irrefutable evidence. Some researchers delve into South American rock art or symbolic parallels, seeing glimpses of shared narratives that could suggest a distant fusion of cultures. While oral traditions and technological hints tantalize, they remain echoes rather than certainty, leaving the burden of proof heavily upon those who seek to bridge the cultural divide. Yet, should the Paraíba inscription be authenticated one day, its ramifications would ripple through the fabric of historiography. It would demand a reassessment of ancient narratives, expanding timelines to include non-European contributions that have long been shadowed and overlooked. This revelation would morph the map of exploration, entwining global histories in a new tapestry of interactions not previously acknowledged. The recognition of such a find would extend beyond acknowledging ancient travels across the world's great waters. It would foster a more inclusive understanding of global human interaction, challenging the exclusionary workings of historical narratives while inviting us to see humanity's journey as one that has always been shared and interconnected. The enigmatic nature of the Paraíba inscription challenges the criteria we often employ to discern historical evidence. Within the map of history, the boundaries separating probability from speculation blur, confronting historians with the demands of broadening perspectives to what may be defined as legitimate discovery. Balancing skepticism and curiosity becomes imperative, especially when dealing with artifacts that defy existing narratives. In this space, where the Paraíba inscription stands as a testament to ambiguity, lies a broader philosophical query. How might we prevent our doubts from obstructing the exploration of history's peripheries? Embracing an inclusive approach encourages resilience within scholarship, provoking further inquiries that transcend the limitations of known facts. Glancing beyond inscriptions and voyaging into ancient navigation techniques, we unearth the elements of ancient seafaring prowess. Insights into the Phoenicians' skill with celestial navigation sustain contemplations of how such potentially transatlantic journeys were achievable. Historians and maritime archaeologists delve into these navigational methods, reshaping our understanding of prehistoric seafaring capabilities and reaffirming the plausibility of these epic acts of discovery. Through capable eyes, the vastness of the Atlantic would not appear insurmountable. Knowledge of wind and current, combined with innovations such as robust ship designs, would fortify these journeys, illuminating how the possible paths of ancient mariners dovetail with our historical imaginations. This methodical inquiry embraces other inscriptions across cultures, interpreting these maritime connections as threads, linking disparate finds within a global narrative. Returning to the Paraíba inscription itself, we revisit the words within Joaquim Alves da Costa's letter, a ghostly echo of a vanished stone. According to his account, a Phoenician king's sailors, consumed and cast adrift by tempestuous seas, found themselves on unknown shores, a narrative steeped in myths of adventure and survival that mirror themes of ancient maritime exploration. Though paralleled by other tales of ancient discovery, this inscription possesses the evocative imagery of unknown lands and dangers overcome. Historians and literary analysts comb its narrative for threads of commonality with other maritime legends, weaving these strands into interpretations where mythology meets reality. Even without the physical stone, these contemplations remain shrouded in speculation, binding fact with fiction in enduring mystery. Nestled amid this mystery, Brazil's sprawling coastline emerges, a majestic tableau of rivers meeting ocean, offering potential havens and habitats for wayward adventurers. Knowledge of these ecosystems supports imaginative integration of Phoenician tales within the rich local narratives of indigenous contact and survival. The sweep of history unveils Brazil's coastline as a mutable landscape, altered by time and human touch, a place where ancient mariners might have glimpsed their salvation or destiny. Nestled within these natural settings, the Paraíba inscription could find its place as part of this environmental dialogue, offering clues of imagined landfalls amidst a vibrant, ever-changing stage. Expanding our narrative and compass within the broader legacy of mysterious inscriptions, the Paraíba inscription joins a lineage of storied enigmas, from alleged Viking markings in the Americas to ancient symbols discovered in far-flung landscapes. Each echoes the intersection of history and legend, communal memory and identity entwining with words etched in time. Reflecting on such inscriptions forges a bridge through shared heritage, uniting isolated pasts into an eternal dialogue. Comparing these relics reveals larger motifs, weaving patterns of discovery that inspire reinterpretations of migration, communication, and the cultural imprints left by our ancestors. These enduring testimonies whisper humanity's yearning for understanding through the stone's silent chronicle. The allure of ancient discoveries captivates public fascination, symbiotically shaping the discourse on artifacts like the Paraíba inscription, a narrative that straddles rigorous investigation and whimsical curiosity. Legend and fact entwine in historical scholarship's quest for balance, promoting stories that draw in broader audiences while demanding academic scrutiny. This vibrant interaction between expert inquiry and popular captivation reflects history's profound dynamism, where both rigorous research and public intrigue coexist. These twin forces promote historical dialogue that draws enlightenment from citizens and scholars alike. Thoughtful historians leverage public interest to encourage discernment, guiding audiences beyond poignant tales to bask within the light of reasoned, factual understanding. The balance of academic skepticism on the Paraíba inscription unfolds within the tension of adherence to orthodoxy and openness to adventurous conjecture. Scholars navigate a landscape where skepticism serves as both anchor and sail, tempering exploration while illuminating paths previously unseen. While doubt fortifies inquiry, it must not suffocate innovative thought. Rehabilitation within historical disciplines emphasizes a skeptical openness, embracing sound scholarship that holds possibility and plausibility. Encouraging progressive questioning cultivates scholarship that accepts excellence through record exploration. Quelling rigid paradigms through newfound scholarly revelations and imaginative insight. In an era awash with replicas and forgeries, understanding ancient inscriptions becomes an exercise in meticulously detail-oriented distinction. The era of technology brings with it the challenge of discerning authenticity amid replicas, prompting evolving criteria and interdisciplinary assessment for foreclosing misleading representations. Demonstrating vigilance in evaluating new claims, like those associated with the Paraíba inscription, is essential. The process of identifying pretense preserves historical credibility, reinforcing integrity while facilitating educational outreach. Empowering consumers of history to sift through modern fabrications fortifies the sanctity of authentic scholarship, maintaining a keystone within the heritage discussion's storied continuation. Comparative analysis of similar historical cases aligns the Paraíba inscription within a continuum of disputed discoveries, offering fertile ground for exploring evaluative methodologies. Artifacts such as the Kensington Rune Stone and Los Lunas Decalogue Stone reflect recurring patterns and pitfalls, prolonging historiographical debates in discerning credibility. Critical learnings from such analogous instances influence how evidence achieves authenticity and stands the test of scholarly rigor, inviting researchers to synthesize this into viable frameworks that tackle complexities of dubious historical contexts. This engagement solidifies our understanding of diverse global narratives, ensuring the lessons of history inform the evolving methodologies within intellectual frontiers. Cultural heritage occupies an inviolable place within the dialogue surrounding inscriptions like Paraíba, compelling historians to embed commitments to ethical preservation. Such principles enhance historical authenticity, ensuring judicious artifact contextualization within broader temporal and cultural connections. Stressing ownership and stewardship affirms historical humility, imploring proper engagement guided by the precepts of heritage conservation. Respected frameworks enforce procedures preventing cultural dereliction, affirming historical narratives across diverse ethnic tapestries without forfeiting nuanced historiographical authenticity. In a creative exercise of discovery, the absence of the Paraíba stone catalyzes theoretical reconstruction, envisioning interpretations wrought delicately from memory. Imagining its symbolic etchings incites prospective narratives encapsulating lived experiences, overarching mythos, and climactic restructuring frozen within unseen epilogues. Through narrative imaginings and analytical procedures, theoretical discourse substantively visualizes potential historical trajectories. These scholarly reconstructions kindle explorations that straddle possibility within tangible reality, inspiring fresh interpretations amidst abstruse forms. Peering into the background of potential discoverers like Jules de Acosta contextualizes the intricacies of the Paraíba inscription's emergence. Historical biographies offer insights into motivations that might have crafted a compelling narrative, each actor instrumental along this shared historical theater. Exploration of biographies unveils layers of narrative crafting, embedding personalities within shared histories of disclosure. The convergence of social influences within pivotal intellectual networks sculpt the interpretive frames blurring technical, cultural, and scholarly boundaries between imagination and authenticity. Revisiting older evidence surrounding the Paraíba inscription invites modern reflective inquiry into historiographical and archaeological precepts. This recognition balances historiographical fortitude amidst innovative assimilation within adaptive issues, blending philosophical reflection with historical context. Harnessing the passage of time, scholarly inquiry recites respect and consideration, warranting resilience of comprehensive narratives necessitating nuanced harmonies through modern adaptive frameworks. The enduring legacy of inscriptions like Paraíba transcends interpretive hindrances, functioning within recursive cultural identities. The evocative potential flourishes as these artifacts confront conventional epistemic constraints, reshaping dialogues purposefully interwoven with historiographical insights. Esteeming inscription legacy fosters narratives engaging with heritage's immutable forces, inspiring endeavors aimed at sustaining humanity's cultural preservation through vigilance and responsible reflection. Imaginative excursions into the tentacles of ancient commerce envisage the Paraíba inscription's connection within imagined pre-Columbian trade networks. Hypothesizing Phoenician origins situates vibrant interactions that reverberate through evocative archaeological trade frameworks, unraveling past economic chords. These commercial speculations elucidate economic, cultural, and societal realms, interconnected formation across shared contemporary voyages. Hypothetical narratives reconcile humanity's historical central capacities within broader themes of global interconnectivity entwined in evocative dialogues. In contemplation of the Paraíba inscription's mysterious legacy dwells a shared experience, resonating within curiosity's embrace of historical uncertainties. Aligning the narrative into historical frames dialogues, resiliently pursuing answers across curiosities, transcending static definitions. Scholarly inquiry intertwines resistances across intrinsic perceptions, translating through the horizon of metamorphetic exigencies. Within transformational inquiry, the Paraíba inscription remains forever enigmatic, defying silence amidst the evocative persuasion of history itself. In the heart of a rugged landscape, where the ancient red road once unfurled through the Kermanshah province's limestone cliffs, lies the enigmatic Behistun inscription. Carved into the very bones of the earth in the 6th century BCE, during the reign of Persia's king Darius the Great, this multilingual marvel whispers tales from an age when empires churned and civilizations intertwined. Anointed with scripts in Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian, it serves as a cryptic tapestry, each stroke an echo between the granite and the winds. Travelers of the 19th century, wandering through the shadows of the Zagros Mountains, reawakened this monumental voice, long dormant beneath the gaze of a sun that had watched empires rise and crumble like sandcastles. The Behistun inscription, stretching across breathtaking dimensions, bears witness to powers sought and places claimed, a grand mural in stone that proclaims victories, divine mandates, and histories spun from the loom of time itself. As though guided by celestial hands, Darius commissioned this trilingual testament to legitimize his dominion, weaving his lineage into the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. He invoked ancestral sagas and cosmic narratives, a cosmic duel upon high carved in cuneiform that transcended time itself, offering a linguistic key to the ancient voices of civilization. It remains a cipher, crafted in stone, for unlocking the primal echoes of humanity's primordial languages, its carving an intricate etching of dreams and decrees from the gods' own courier's quills. The translation of the Behistun inscription, spurred by Sir Henry Rawlinson's brave heart and relentless mind, marked a dawn where cuneiform revealed itself to mortal eyes like a long-lost tongue reborn. This British officer, caught between empires in the mid-19th century, rose to decipher glyphs that had lingered unseen, buried until the intrepid found what was never truly lost. In Rawlinson's hands, thousands of forgotten tablets found voice, their tales emerging from the annals of the Mesopotamian cradle of civilization. The marriage of these three scripts upon the Behistun inscription became more than language. It traversed a revelatory path beyond comprehension, like a bridge woven of words illuminating ancient ways. In the same breath, it foreshadowed the Rosetta Stone's pivotal revelations of Egyptian mysteries, providing a triangulation method with its parallel tongues. Through it, the labyrinth of Sumerian and Akkadian dialects unfurled, voices of old that sang freely with dignity as they threaded together the sweeping tapestry of our intertwined past. Darius looms in history as a sage and a warrior, rising in 522 BCE to knit many tribes and nations into the Persian Empire's enduring mosaic. His spirit breathes through the limestone canvases recounting his supremacy, conquests and philosophies carved with poetic strategy and just rulership, an interconnected kingdom that honored its rebels while it nurtured a repertoire of justice. Darius's kingship was immortalized with every chisel mark. Carved strategically along ancient trade routes that bisected Babylon and Ecbatana, the Behistun inscription declared Persian influence to travelers who traversed the empire's corridors, threads in the fabric of commerce and contact. Geography, in its sovereign capacity, dictated the very pulse of power, and the sculptured stone served as a testament to the empire's sprawling reach, murmuring sovereignty's might, casting tales of omnipotence upon all who gazed. Crafting this awe-inspiring edifice was a feat of engineering and artistry. Perched aloft on sheer rock faces, the sheer scale of the task required artistry and determination. Human ingenuity blossomed in etchings on stone, celebrated both for detailed grandeur and the souls who were the foundation of its creation. Scaffolds likely hovered against the cliffside to accommodate those who sought to breathe life into its colossal reveries, articulating Darius's grand narrative in reliefs rich with royal nostalgia and divinely inspired destiny. The inscription's trilingual voicing articulated ancient governance's symbiotic bond with power. Old Persian, the language of sovereigns and principalities, coexisted on these slabs with Elamite and Babylonian, pillars of administration and dialogue. This textual synthesis expressed Darius's overarching strategy for governance, ensuring his decree resonated across his realm's cultural tapestry. Amid the glyphs lie annals punctuated by conniving satraps and quelling of insurgents, amid tales capturing a turbulent Persian landscape. Narratively woven, this stone saga preserves direct dialogues and power plays at the dawn of ancient Near Eastern civilization. To contemporary imaginations, these chronicles echo loudly enough to bewitch, unraveling authenticity entwined with a political narrative that dances eternally upon what was thought. Yet it was not merely battles and decrees that drove Darius's desire. Interspersed within this palimpsest is a cosmology, Darius's rule professedly ordained by Ahura Mazda. This Zoroastrian figurehead heralds the divine right upon which Darius rested his crown. Divine legitimacy embraced him, aligning destiny's grand tides beneath his stellar benevolence's sails. Still, its structure is not free from the shadows cast by mortal skepticism. Scholars have ever lingered in its shade, probing its authenticity, contesting interpretations, forever nurturing inquiries into its hidden truths. Splintering paradigms clash beneath its weight, contradicting narratives debated among academia's hallowed halls. Epical in scale, the Behistun inscription, marks a cornerstone in modern archaeological endeavor. It ignited a brighter torch in scholars' hands, urging them to refine interpretive methodologies. Linguistic treasures spilled upon the ivory crucible, igniting flames of cross-disciplinary light. Modern technological prowess, unimagined by earlier scribes, breathes life into its fading mystique, resurrecting narratives that yearn to transcend the age's wear. Persian linguistic revelations call out in resonant chorus. The script echoes as a revelation of empire's cultural DNA. This philological confluence sketched a confederation of entities in symbiotic embrace, their voices shimmering with the glow of cross-cultural understanding. In these shared phonetics, humanity's capacity for empathy burgeons, portraying a mosaic of humanity stitched together by exchange, luxuriant tales of coalescing cultures. As epigraphy wove time's tapestry, it also lent shape to borders of erudition, etching verses into the ancient parchment of reinterpretation. Contemplative labyrinths rose, scripted speculations oscillating between triumph and obscurity. Such debates plunge deep into allegories of forgotten pasts, woven not only of triumphant script, but of ecumenical testimonies spanning epochs. A steadfast reminder of our shared history, Behistun breathes whispers into the present. Examining its verses, scholars imbibe fluid reflections upon the ethereal essence of power, identity, and lore woven throughout the ages. Here, the contemporaneous finds its own reflections of self, shimmering in patterns lived and remembered, cultivating synergies between the timeless and now. Yet the story of the Behistun inscription is not merely verbal rhythms transmuted. Historians, epigraphic heroes, revealed its voice. Foremost among these, Sir Henry Rawlinson, a noble epigrapher, unfurled silence upon its majestic demeanor. Beneath his steady gait and resolute mind, silent markings found inspiration, propelling a scholarly lineage toward the unquiet truths ingrained within distant lands. Through this narrative, symbolism and semiotics illuminate the stone canvas, articulating grand political and social realities ensconced beyond civil speech. Behistun's symbolic magnitude refracts through politics, forging discourses potent with prescience and abstraction, narrating timeless landscapes where civilization rises toward transcendence through stone's hermetic glow. Meticulous preservation extends the world glyph's life, mirroring humanity's desire to conserve cultural legacies like constellations immorally lofted into perpetuity's sky. Guardians of this past contend with threats eternal, safeguarding these vibrant echoes of wisdom intertwining with the voices of today. They remind us of the celestial arc of heritage into which they must dive. The Behistun inscription stands pristine, not by governance, but by its artistic assertion of linguistic purity. Beyond functional dictates rests art, a harmonious interplay creating duality between linguistic utility and ethereal grace. This aesthetic wonderment continues to vivify lexicography's lush visage, inviting scholars to meander pathways of language and see within them the lush gradient of time. Delving into the past, historians unbraid the mysteries of Darius's empire anew with interrogative focus. Engaging cross-cultural discourses and governance structure, they focus fresh light upon forgotten texts, igniting flavors of convivial synthesis amid contrasts that often momentarily flare and flicker. For cuneiform enclaves throughout antiquity, these stones unlocked effulgent rooms of mystery, establishing new realms beyond boundaries of script. It sparked wonders that flowed like ink through clay-veined tablets, transmuted fragments of lore from the source of civilization itself. The pathways unearthed by Behistun endure, traversing distances charted long ago, but invigorated anew by discovery's eternal torch. Comparatively, Behistun whispers among giants, standing with revered epigraphs worldwide, marrying narratives through common tongues and symbols, illuminating diversity's brilliance within all hidden meaning. A shared dialect emerges, long engaging cultural chromatics to illuminate history's depths through time's sensual currents. The inscribed hieroglyphic draws wanderers in its wake, teasing out scholarly inquiry from the layered stone. This intellectual allure reserves its mysteries for seekers, drawing curious minds into uncurtained corridors wherein history's deep anguish slumbers. In the presence of this monument, spectators are drawn to translate time itself, crossing habitations of minds long gone, yearning to glimpse revelatory symmetries. Cradled within these stones lie the potentialities of modernity. As storytellers remake ancient tales anew, novel mediums transpose forgotten inscriptions into today's eclectic kaleidoscope. Documentaries, novels, and audiovisual splendors stir wonders long resting, journeying through ethereal tapestry from simple observation into intricate spins of art. Archaeological contexts engulf the living canvas, evidence of coexisting stories traced across Persia's arms, unfolding through its celestial text. Modern archaeology unifies these etchings with material culture, establishing thought-laden networks, directing scholars toward domains where cultural exchanges wrote history's spectrum. Transcendent in application, the Behistun inscription lies packaged with ageless edification, contrasting likenesses against a present entwined by ever-evolving dialogue. It shines eternal as human connections wind circular routes between memories unwritten. Here, Darius's messages reconcile with today's quandaries, inspiring convergence and exchange amid stark societal spaces. In Beeman's and rigors faced through civilization's gaze, we sense profound simplicity within Behistun's enigmas, where thoughts and words dissolve into open dreams. The enduring epitaph spun through hours endures, drifting away echoes into mystic whispers that predominate along the ark's looming heavens. Forces unseen craft who we might be and will continue to strive by night and under sun. In the quiet heart of the Scottish countryside lies a legend carved in stone, mysterious and timeless. The Cochno Stone. Discovered in 1887 and dating back some 5,000 years, this immense slab bears witness to an ancient narrative, etched with enigmatic symbols that have captivated scholars and dreamers alike. Initially unearthed by Reverend James Harvey, the stone captured attention with its intricate cup and ring marks, a style of prehistoric art that finds echoes across Europe. Yet the Cochno Stone stands apart, a vast canvas upon which ancient artisans have rendered not only their imaginations, but possibly the cosmos itself. For decades, the Cochno Stone lay concealed beneath soil, buried in 1965 to shield it from the ravages of time and human interference, transforming it into a mythic phantom whose story continued to ripple through scholarly discussions. Its coverings were removed in 2016, unveiling once more its bewitching face to a modern world armed with technology unimaged by its Neolithic creators. Here, under clear skies, amidst whispers of ancient winds, metaphysicians, historians, and astronomers gather to ponder its secrets. Is this merely art, or a profound understanding of celestial mechanics? As eyes trace the swirling cup and ring marks, the symbols ignite the imagination. These marks represent a mystery suspended between realms, a language lost to time, yet echoing with silent significance. Could they map the stars, trace boundaries of forgotten lands, or serve as meditative icons for arcane rituals? Speculations abound, each thread weaving a tapestry of cultural, historical, and cosmic significance. Some suggest the stone's etched surface functions as an archaic astronomical calendar, perhaps aligning solstices or charting starry pathways known only to nature's most attentive observers. The stone whispers of epochs when humanity's gaze lifted skyward, seeking order in the celestial dance above. When first drawn from obscurity, the Kokno stone became an object of academic fervor, yet its allure also attracted those less reverent. Acts of vandalism threatened its integrity, prompting its reburial, a slumber that would last until the dawn of the 21st century, where modern archaeologists, aided by advances in technology, embarked upon a new kind of exploration. Gone are the days of manual sketches and notes limited by the eye's precision. Now, photogrammetry, drones, and 3D scanning capture its essence, preserving its artistry for generations scattered across time and space. These digital revelations allow the stone to speak anew, inviting interpretations that traverse disciplines and cultures. It may yet prove to be an astronomical map, a testament to humanity's age-old affinity for the stars, encoded in stone, waiting to be unraveled. Such readings propose its creators not only admired the heavens, but perhaps understood them with a complexity that bridges ancient whispers to modern scientific inquiry. Beyond celestial calculations, the Kokno stone may embody sacred geometry, its art resonating with metaphysical significance. Here, spirals and circles transcend mere decoration, becoming expressions of unity, harmony, and cosmic order. Those who etched it might have encoded their spiritual beliefs in these forms, transforming stone into a mirror of the universe, an embodiment of the axiom, "as above, so below," echoing the symmetries of nature and the spirit of the cosmos. Within this framework, thoughts turn to the communities who revered this sacred site. By comparing it to artifacts of similar age across Europe, scholars endeavor to weave together shared narratives of prehistoric societies. These carvings depict not only artistic endeavor, but are also windows into cultural exchanges, suggesting that the ideas reflected in the Kokno stone were not created in isolation, but are part of a broader web of ancient human connection. In 2016, as the soil was peeled back, fresh eyes met old stories, now intertwined with the narratives of reviving scholarship. Novel technological advancements allow researchers to peer through time, uncovering layers worn away by centuries of rain and wind. Laser scans and radar reveal subtleties once imperceptible, breathing life into a conversation that transcends epochs. This paradigm shift not only preserves the stone's intricate designs, but enables an ever-deepening analysis that invites global participation and interdisciplinary collaboration. To the people of today, the Kokno stone remains more than an academic curiosity. It is a cultural touchstone. Local communities carry its story in oral traditions, weaving folklore with history. These narratives add vibrancy to our understanding, emphasizing the importance of diverse voices in the chorus of scholarly discourse. By engaging with these tales, researchers deepen the narrative tapestry, highlighting the bond between past and present, lineage and legacy. Some contemplate the stone's potential role as a ritual platform, its carvings a backdrop for human ceremony. Could this expanse have been a gathering place where ancient rituals unfolded under moonlit skies, celebrating cycles of fertility or marking celestial events? These questions invite us to imagine a time when communities gathered in shared spirit, finding meaning amid the circles and swirls tracing the stone's surface. The stone may articulate a symbolic language yet to be deciphered, a mode of communication ancient and profound. Here, meaning transcends the aesthetic, suggesting philosophical narratives, perhaps stories of origins or cosmic order, preserved not in script, but in lines and depressions etched by skilled hands. Such carvings remind us that long before ink and paper claimed literacy, ideas could, and did, find form in enduring stone. As night falls upon the landscape, one wonders if the Kokno stone captures more than earthly concerns, reflecting the heavens it lay beneath, night after night. Some have speculated that its arrangements mirror celestial events, serving perhaps as a cosmic dial, its markings tracing the cycle of stars across the velvet dome above. This perspective lifts the Kokno stone from the dirt of its creation to the skies, connecting human cognition with celestial cycles, suggesting a unity between Earth and cosmos that reverberates across the ages. The stone's artistry may reflect earthly patterns as much as celestial rhythms, natural phenomena mirrored in man-made form. Rivers tracing the landscape, the annual dance of seasons, the fauna and flora living in rhythm with the land, all may find embodiment in these carvings. In recognizing this, we see the stone as an artifact of ecological consciousness, a recognition of nature's intricate symphony, recorded in resilient rock. As one contemplates these layers of interpretation, the boundary between myth and reality blurs, encouraging an appreciation of both the empirical and the imaginative facets of scholarly discourse. Here, amid the tangible curves of stone and the stories that animate them, lie endless nuances, inviting exploration beyond binary definitions of truth and legend. Such openness permits a holistic embrace of knowledge, where myth enriches understanding and becomes part of humanity's shared pursuit of wisdom. This strange artifact, bearing the marks of time's passage upon its ancient face, invites us on a journey through time, guiding us across historical layers that reflect human creativity and innovation. Each symbol and swirl, inscribed over generations, tells of an evolving conversation between humanity and its place in the world. Just as the builders adorned this stone with their visions, so do we, interpreting, reinterpreting, ever refining our understanding. Amidst its varied interpretations, some propose that these engravings serve as ancient cartography, expressing spatial understanding and geographic knowledge. Perhaps this is an ancestral map, terrestrial or cosmic, that reveals a people's intimate familiarity with their world, an artist's rendition of observed realities and unspoken dreams, immortalized in stone. In modern times, seekers drawn to the Kokno stone find new reflections in its ancient carvings, heirs to a spiritual and symbolic dialogue stretching across millennia. Today, meditative interactions with these stones forge connections between old and new, allowing the stone's resonance to reverberate within the seeker's soul, extending its legacy into dimensions unknown to its creators. Yet this piece of antiquity also demands careful stewardship, requiring thoughtful approaches to its exposure and preservation. In a world increasingly aware of environmental interdependence, we recognize the stone not just as heritage to cherish, but as an interconnected entity with its natural context, deserving of holistic protection and ethical considerations. In sharing its mysteries, the Kokno stone invites public curiosity and educational engagement, sparking conversations that transcend academia. A shared human heritage, this wondrous slab becomes a vibrant chapter in a broader story, one of collaboration, inquiry, and understanding that bridges time's divide, connecting past to future in an ever-unfolding narrative. What futures await this ancient monument? As technology evolves, so too do prospects for fresh discoveries, possible breakthroughs, or paradigm shifts casting new light upon its secrets. Here rests the potential to expand our understanding of prehistoric art and symbology, intertwining ancient insights with modern methodologies, carving pathways to revelation. Even as new insights emerge and cherished theories are challenged, the narrative of the Kokno stone will continue to evolve, enriching the tapestry of human history. Each generation, eyes wide with wonder, will add its voice to the chorus of those who have engaged with this mysterious relic, leaving open the door to discovering what these carvings might yet reveal. In standing before the Kokno stone, one finds solace in the quiet dialogue with this solemn testament to the possibility of enduring memory. This ancient craftsmanship, weathered by time and honored through curiosity, offers shared communication across the ages, inviting us to forge connections amid the enigmatic beauty of its marks. A mirror held up to our search for place and purpose, the stone speaks of past and future, reaching across time to wonder at the universe in which we dwell. In the shadowed corridors of time, the Rosetta Stone stands as a sentinel, a silent guardian of words lost to millennia. Emerging from obscurity in 1799, it was a gift born on the tides of fate, discovered by a French officer during the ebbs of Napoleon's Egyptian campaign. This granodiorite relic, inscribed with a decree from Memphis in 196 BCE, under the reign of King Ptolemy V, became the slender key to the vast locked door of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. Before its revelation, these enigmatic symbols lay dormant, bound in mystery and misunderstood as mere religious iconography. Yet, with the discovery of this stone, the pictorial silence of old was shattered, and a conduit was forged between past and present. The presence of the Rosetta Stone in the world was nothing short of revolutionary. Its surface bore 3 inscriptions: Greek, Demotic, and the sacred hieroglyphs. This trifecta of languages transformed what was once unknowable into a tapestry that began to unfurl in the hands of those unraveling its mysteries. Histories thought forgotten began to whisper once more, as gods, ancient myths, and epics emerged from the shadows, each step revealing the innovative spirit that carved humanity's past into stone. This path, lit by the stone's cryptic glow, beckons the curious to tread softly along its storied lanes. The serendipity of its discovery was a tale unto itself. Hidden beneath years and layers, it came to light amidst the dust of fortifications near Rashid, Rosetta, by Pierre-François Xavier Bouchard. Embedded within ancient walls, this artifact, at first unassuming, soon revealed its extraordinary nature. Transiting between the hands of great powers, from French guardianship to resting in the British Museum, it became a coveted treasure that ignited dreams of Egypt's rich narrative reborn. The true challenge lay in deciphering its contents. Scholars of the time approached with fervor and zeal, eyes glistening with the promise of ancient knowledge untapped. Greek, being a tongue still spoken and understood, provided the first thread to be unraveled, the initial translation opening a gateway to comprehend the remaining scripts. The journey, however, was fraught with laborious study and comparative analysis that required patience and insight. It was Jean-François Champollion, the French linguist driven by an all-consuming passion for ancient languages, who finally burst through the barriers of time. As a scholar capable of seeing beyond the mere symbols, his understanding of Coptic, a distant descendant of ancient Egyptian, allowed him to perceive the hieroglyphs as a combination of phonetic and symbolic elements. His relentless study bore fruit, transforming silent symbols into a living language. Champollion's triumph was a milestone that did not simply illuminate his mind, but blazed a trail for myriad studies of Egypt's heritage, laying the foundation for the field of Egyptology. Within the stone's inscriptions lay a decree issued amidst the confluence of Greek and Egyptian influences, a ceremonial validation of King Ptolemy V's authority. By weaving the languages, the decree offered a window into a complex societal weave where ancient tradition met new rule. Here, the pharaoh's commands were etched in enduring stone, revealing a society where religion, governance, and daily life intertwined. Hieroglyphs, once aloof and arcane, revealed themselves as composed of sounds, ideas, and artistic expression. Their rediscovery breathed life into stone temples and monuments, each glyph narrating the splendor and depth of Egypt's past. The stone gave voice to tales of divine kingship and mythology, drawing open curtains upon an extraordinary civilization. In the Ptolemaic period, Egypt danced a delicate ballet with its Greek rulers, a blending of traditions that shaped a vibrant cultural landscape. Under the gaze of Ptolemy, the first and his successors, Alexandria blossomed, a city of enlightenment and cultural symbiosis. Greek served as the operational language of governance, connecting disparate parts of Ptolemaic society into a coherent whole. This duality of cultural exchange in Egypt created a cultural canvas, painting the rich hues of the Hellenistic period across Egyptian soil. Demotic script, the language of the people, laid down on the Rosetta Stone, represents the undercurrent of everyday life, capturing the spirit of commerce, discourse, and community. As it transversed social strata, Demotic laid bare the societal infrastructure resting beneath grander monumental declarations. Undoubtedly, it was the hieroglyphs, commanding their ancient magisterial presence, which bestowed upon the decree its divine authority. Aligning with regal and sacred domains, these symbols were more than mere language. They were the devout chorus that echoed through temple halls and tomb recesses, safeguarding spirits for eternity's voyage. Champollion's insights revealed their layered tapestry, each symbol a scene of monumental realism and transcendence. The Rosetta Stone bridged these worlds, sacred scriptures, common edicts, and rational governance. It remained a witness to the ages, an enshrinement of culture, be it inscribed in stone, written in papyrus, or spoken on the tongues of wisdom seekers. Its legacy now sits within the British Museum, amid the whispering past and illuminating present, where it kindles the flames of academic curiosity and cultural appreciation. Across time, the Rosetta Stone has educated generations, its influence imbuing academia with the passion for unraveling life's historical enigma. It became the cornerstone for learning, inspiring texts, studies, and digital encounters that reach across fences of time and space. Yet, along with its tales of understanding, the Rosetta Stone also incites contemplation on historical possession and repatriation. As debates swell about rightful ownership, the stone itself testifies to shared human legacy, urging reflection on how culture crafts its narrative and how communities strive to acknowledge, respect, and celebrate their patrimony in harmony. Modern technological advances, environments where AI breathes new life into ancient scripts, echo the interconnected quests pioneered by the Rosetta Stone. These tools, suffused with the spirit of their predecessors' curiosity, navigate complex symbols, amplifying understanding and enriching the narratives once bound to the stone. From decoding phonetic whispers to mapping syntactical symphonies, technology today extends the continuum of decoded human experience. The Rosetta Stone serves as a metaphor for modern unity, an emblematic convergence in a world continuously seeking balance amidst diversity. It speaks to the power of multilingualism, bridging epochs and unveiling histories shrouded in silence. Through its inscriptions, we see the paths of intercultural dialogue, a testament to translation's ability to weave together narratives into coherent symphony. As generations before us have done, we look at the Rosetta Stone not just for its data, but for its enduring message of connection. We take heed from its lingering echoes, the trials of interpretation that shaped its history, the ornate languages it bore, and the harmonious melodies it coaxes from a world that must forever stand united in its quest for understanding. It is from this cornerstone of knowledge that we perceive our nature, bridging time, narrating tales, and beckoning us to listen closely to the echoes of history. Every symbol etched upon its face remains an invocation for the curious, a reminder of triumphs past, and a prompt that within every stone there lies a story yet unraveled. In the serene landscape of ancient Crete, where myths whispered among olive groves and ruins, an enigmatic artifact lay asleep beneath layers of earth. The Phaistos disc, a mysterious clay object discovered at the regal ruins of Phaistos, is a testament to the intricate dance of human expression etched in spirals upon its surface. Born in the early 20th century, this disc, adorned with 241 symbols, braided in a spiral, has perplexed scholars and linguists since its unveiling by Luigi Pernier in 1908. Each symbol, meticulously impressed into the clay prior to its firing, hints at an unknown script or language, an elusive echo from antiquity shrouded in mystery, ripe with speculations and wonderings. While its precise purpose remains a riddle, the Phaistos disc casts a shadow of doubt over the established timelines of writing systems, challenging the known chronicles of human communication. The symbols, unlike those of any other script from the region, present human figures, animals, tools, and captivating abstract designs, an array of expressions speaking in codes unknown. As one gazes upon the disc, it embodies a riddle wrapped in layers of time, a beacon for those who yearn to unravel the tapestry of the ancients, a whisper from a bygone era urging us to listen, to ponder. The revelation of the Phaistos disc stirred the archaeological world, capturing not only scholarly attention, but also igniting the imaginations of those who seek the unseen. Found within the hushed chambers of the Minoan palace, nestled among other relics of a gentile civilization, Pernier recognized its significance, a gemstone of discovery amidst the relics of time. It was different in its arrangement, its very texture reminiscent of printed words, at odds with the manual inscriptions customary in the age of its birth. This discovery was not simply a finding, but a call to arms for scholars, a chance to unlock secrets not just of the Minoan civilization, but the ancient world as a whole. Initial responses to the Phaistos disc reflected wide-ranging emotions, from enthusiasm and belief in its potential to unlock the secrets of Minoan life, to skepticism and whispers questioning its authenticity. Such debates underscore the broader challenges inherent in interpreting the relics of the past, urging a balance between belief and doubt, between fact and theory. The Phaistos disc, in all its singularity, stands as a witness to these scholarly discourses, silently resilient amid the flurries of skepticism and hope. The symbols, a collection of 45 distinct characters, echo stories hidden in their spiral dance. The arrangement of these icons, their deliberate placement, invites contemplation of their creator's intentions, a dance of meanings folded upon itself, suggesting a rhythm, a ceremonial cadence. Spirals, after all, hold deep symbolic resonance across cultures, often representing the cycles of life or spiritual meaning, hinting at pathways leading both inward and outward, a journey to the core of understanding. Much like other ceremonial objects, the Phaistos disc may have been a guide, cocooned within rituals, a silent participant in sacred ceremonies. Amidst the multitude of hypotheses emerges the perspective viewing the disc as a language or script of the Minoans. While their writing systems, Linear A and Linear B, contribute to the saga of this civilization's linguistic endeavors, Linear A, just like the disc, remains undeciphered. Thus, the Phaistos disc, appearing both similar yet separate, represents either an evolution in the script or possibly a different system altogether. The tantalizing allure of connecting it to other artifacts through shared symbols suggests stories of a forgotten era, urges investigations into connections woven in the fibers of history, though much still swims in the deep, unseen. An alternative conjecture paints the disc in ceremonial hues, a relic intertwined with rituals, perhaps symbolic or votive in nature. Positioned in a palace, a testament to both its tangible and spiritual significance, the disc seems poised as an object of reverence. Its role, therefore, might extend beyond linguistic function, reflecting broader cultural themes and spiritual expressions. This perspective calls upon the sacred, acknowledging the role of art and symbolism in reflecting human beliefs and mythos. Yet another perception envisions the disc as a reflection of trade's vibrant network within Minoan society. Crete's location, seated at a confluence of cultural tides, suggests the possibility of trade's imprint on its symbolic language. The disc might, therefore, encode symbols of commerce and exchange, a silent record of transactions whispered aloud across the sea. The repetition of symbols hints at categorization or numerals, hinting at practical though elusive connections to the world of Minoan trade, a world where symbols carried the essence of goods exchanged across shores. Curiosity extends beyond Crete's shores, casting a speculative eye toward neighboring cultures, Egypt, Anatolia, Mesopotamia, each a crucible of ancient civilization. The Phaistos disc, therefore, could embody influences or origins beyond Crete, a traveler from far-off lands across a sea of time and trade. Perhaps it traveled as a gift or treasure, crossing the cultural membranes that envelop the ancient world, a symbol of exchange, of connection across human tribes. Though the story of authenticity dances with shadows, the Phaistos disc beckons scholars to question both its origin and our own assumptions. The clay itself, the uniqueness of its style, supports its authenticity, but the murmurs persist. Doubters, armed with skepticism, question the absence of similar artifacts as evidence of forgery, while supporters point to the painstaking construction as indicative of genuine provenance. The disc thereby illustrates a challenge in archaeology, the line between truth and forgery, diminishing biases, urging open minds to the mysteries still veiled by time. Across the passage of years, technological advancement ushers new methods in uncovering ancient secrets. High-resolution imaging, 3D modeling, each provides new vantage points in interpreting the Phaistos disc. Through digital eyes, we glimpse subtle depths and angles, analyzing the creator's hands moving through time. Algorithms, like alchemists, draw comparisons with vast script databases, seeking patterns, matches that might illuminate meaning. And yet, its influence extends beyond academia. It weaves through the fabric of popular culture. Tales abound, presenting it as a passageway to ancient knowledge or key to a lost civilization. Its spiral a manifestation of infinite time. In art and media, the disc assumes a life beyond clay, becoming a metaphor for the mysteries and wisdom shrouded in shadows, an icon that beckons humanity to reflect, to seek what lies hidden. And for linguists, it is a testament to the arc of human eloquence, a cradle between orality and written word. Theories comprise attempts to decode symbol frequencies, sequence patterns, and semantic structures. Though much remains elusive, the Phaistos disc opens windows into the cognitive realms of early humans and their inception into writing. A journey of diversity, innovation, where written systems begin to chart, in their own ways, maps of human culture. Its imprint on archaeology is forever etched, highlighting the complex interplay between prehistoric cultures. It accompanies us through an era awash in human development and offers insights into societies steeped in creativity, complexity, and meaning. The Phaistos disc becomes more than just an artifact. It is a mirror reflecting the duality of historical paradigms and the many pathways civilizations walk upon in inscribing their stories, preserving their wisdom. Today, the Phaistos disc, beyond being merely a Minoan relic, stands as an emblem of human longing and aspiration, a beacon illuminating the shared journey of discovery. Its spiral holds the promise of understanding, drawing both scholar and seeker to its silent song, infusing every whisper of curiosity with a reminder of our human tapestry, a confection of lives knitted together through time's eternity. Public engagement endeavors espouse the disc's use for education, uniting schoolrooms with ancient echoes, fostering inquiry into the complexities of archaeology and history, inspiring a generation to delve into realms of the past through interactive platforms. Through virtual encounters, learners touch upon the symbols, tracing paths carved by ancient hands, shaping worlds within burgeoning minds. This artifact exemplifies the harmony of interdisciplinary collaboration, drawing from diverse academic pools, its allure transcending boundaries of study. It calls on archaeology, linguistics, anthropology, creating a chorus of shared understanding, blending insights into the harmonious exploration of our collective past and the myriad languages of human expression. And in future horizons, hope lingers on the edge of technology and method, promising potential breakthroughs unlocking more than clay-bound symbols. Scholars, emboldened, pursue anew, nurturing dreams and compiling knowledge, cherishing the belief that one day the Phaistos disc shall yield secrets, its spirals revealing stories of a distant sunlit age, illuminating the world anew. Such is the sacred journey of discovery, the weaving of human stories upon the tapestry of time. Each quest of understanding a step toward unveiling the grand mosaic of civilization. In the heart of France, amidst the serene beauty of the countryside, lies the small village of Glosel. Here, in 1924, a discovery was made that would weave itself into the very fabric of archaeological mystery. The Glosel Tablets. This tale unfolds gently, like a whispered legend carried by the winds, revealing artifacts that spark curiosity and defy conventional narratives. It was a humble farmer named Emil Fredden, alongside his grandson, who stumbled upon a peculiar stone slab on their land. Beneath it, a mysterious pit lay concealed, containing an array of artifacts that seemed to speak in a forgotten language of symbols not native to the land. Each artifact, etched with strange signs, seemed to hint toward a lost chapter in human civilization. Were these the remnants of an obliterated culture, whispering from the depths of time? The Glozell site itself, cradled in central France's idyllic landscapes, became a canvas painted with the colors of allure and skepticism. Upon discovery, Freyden felt a profound connection to the site, a spiritual bond entwined with curiosity and the eternal pursuit of truth. A symphony of artifacts echoed tales of an ancient society, offering both promise and challenge to those willing to listen. Yet, alongside belief came whispers of doubt. The news of this discovery traveled far and wide, attracting both believers and skeptics, some voices hailing the tablets as a breakthrough in human history, others suspecting Freyden of orchestrating a complex deception. Such tension between credence and skepticism became a narrative of polarity, a dance between possibility and doubt. Glozell, however, continued to yield its secrets, each artifact a fragment of a larger tapestry. Beyond tablets, the site harbored clay statuettes, bone and stone tools, and peculiar ceramic vessels, each adorned with intriguing marks. The stones, adorned with cryptic symbols, seemed like pieces of a puzzle stretched across ages, suggesting a cultural lineage that might have flourished before fading into the mists of obscurity. The Glozell alphabet, as some would dub these symbols, sparked ongoing speculation. Were they the letters of an undiscovered language, a proto-writing system, or merely decorative flourishes? Comparisons with ancient scripts from afar, the Phoenicians, Etruscans, perhaps even early Greek, added layers of intrigue but no certainty. Despite decades of research, the enigma of these symbols retains its charm, as scholars postulate theories ranging from primitive communication to mere artistic expression. The challenge of assigning a timeline to the Glozell tablets remains a central theme. Dating attempts sprawl across centuries, from the Neolithic to the early Iron Age, a daunting task compounded by the absence of corroborative finds beyond Glozell. Thermoluminescence and stratigraphic analysis offer glimpses into their age, but fail to settle disputes definitively. The pendulum of time swings uncertainly, hinting at a civilization whose narrative oscillates between echoes of unity and the disparate voices of successive ages. From their discovery, the Glozell tablets became embroiled in furious academic contention. Salomon Reinach, a renowned archaeologist, championed Freyden's story, instilling credibility, while the French National Commission on Antiquities accused Freyden of perpetuating a hoax. This tug-of-war of beliefs, suspicions, and scholarly interpretations embroiled the narrative in both bitterness and resilience, reflecting the persisting duality of doubt and wonder. At its heart, the saga of the Glozell tablets is intertwined with Emil Freyden himself, at times seen as a witness to history, at others a cunning forger. Throughout his life, Freyden remained unwavering, defending the authenticity of his discovery against relentless scrutiny, embodying the narrative's essence and becoming, in many ways, as enigmatic as the tablets he unveiled. Not secluded within the annals of French history, the Glozell tablets form a bridge to the wider world of ancient scripts, drawing comparisons to the Rongorongo of Easter Island and the Vincha symbols. These conversations cross cultural and geographic divides, urging a contemplation of shared lineages and unseen connections across distant civilizations. Within each enigmatic inscription lingers the question of a universal language, an unspoken link tying our pasts with threads of forgotten knowledge. In interpreting the Glozell symbols, scholars find themselves poised between art and language, pondering whether these characters served as rudimentary writing, decorative embellishments, or spiritual representations. Perhaps these markings represent a culture that encapsulated both word and symbol, an interwoven tapestry of communications that demanded an oral tradition or spiritual understanding to complete. The potential linguistic ties that might connect the glossal symbols with established writing systems beckon to scholars like an enticing, untrodden path. Could these esoteric marks whisper of affiliations with Etruscan or even Sumerian scripts? If so, what do these ties reveal about ancient connector currents of trade, migration, and intertwined destinies? In recent years, forensic advances have shed new light on these enduring puzzles. Radiocarbon dating, microscopic analysis, and chemical composition studies work hand in hand with historical scrutiny to delve deeper into the tablet's mysteries. Each stride forward offers fresh hope, not only quelling accusations of forgery, but breathing new life into a tale previously shrouded in distrust. Yet, beyond the confines of academia, the glossal tablets resonate with the public imagination, engaging those drawn to the enigmas of the ancient world. The mysterious allure of the discovery, with its accompanying narratives of controversy and secrets, has found a place in the spirit of those who seek to understand the shadows of history, sparking stories, inquiries, and debates that ripple through society. This interaction between society's curiosity and the academic quest also emphasizes the importance of preservation. Safeguarding the glossal site, with all its potential to enrich human understanding, involves careful stewardship to protect not only the artifacts, but the delicate stories they might one day disclose. As they linger on the edge of time, the glossal tablets challenge perceptions of historical progressions and timelines, suggesting a past where boundaries between eras blurred and understanding flowed freely without the structural confines we impose today. In doing so, they encourage a reevaluation of the ways we perceive cultural and chronological evolution. Thus, nestled within the fabric of their unresolved story, the glossal tablets continue their enigmatic dance, an invitation to historians, linguists, and dreamers alike to explore further, to connect the unseen dots of history, and to embrace both the known and unknown with a spirit of open-minded inquiry. They remain as testimony to the enduring mystery of our shared past, a beckoning call to imagine the world anew, where each symbol is a key and each artifact a door to the limitless corridors of human imagination. In the heart of Mexico, nestled near the serene flow of the Aquila River, lies a piece of stone that unveils the enigmas of ancient civilizations. The La Mahara Stela, discovered by a stroke of fate in 1986, stands as a resolute testament to the complexity and advancement of the Epi-Olmec civilization. Concealed beneath layers of earth and mud, its intricate carvings and enigmatic writings remained hidden from the world for centuries, but now whisper tales of times long past. As scholars began to unravel its mysteries, the stela presented not merely the chronicle of a society, but a window into a profound understanding of time and the cosmos. A glimpse of a civilization's calendar so advanced, it's reminiscent of a mythical time machine. The stela, with its detailed carvings, bridges the chasm between myth and history. It illuminates the early intellectual triumphs of Mesoamerican societies, revealing achievements that challenge modern assumptions about their understanding of time and the universe. Through its revelations, we are urged to reconsider the linear narratives of technological and intellectual progression. acknowledging the sophisticated tapestry of human knowledge that transcended ancient cultures. The accidental unearthing of this artifact introduced the world to a cultural medley, a testament to the richness of Epi-Olmec achievements and their enduring legacy. Much like the river it was found near, the La Mohara stela flows with a narrative potency that captivates historians and archaeologists alike. Its inscriptions, preserved with remarkable clarity, revealed not just an advanced calendrical system intertwined with cultural lore, but also a challenge to preconceived notions about the Mesoamerican timeline. The ancient Epi-Olmec civilization, standing as a historical bridge from the earlier Olmec culture, boasted of intellectual and spiritual profundity that had long escaped broader recognition. Here, within the stone's engravings, was evidence of a society whose written language and artistic expression symbolized a sophistication that rivaled its more extensively explored successors, the Maya and the Aztecs. In the realm where the Epi-Olmec thrived, from approximately 300 BCE to 250 CE, the La Mohara stela is a beacon of understanding, shedding light on a civilization that seamlessly wove together mythological narrative and historical documentation. Its glyphs, intricately carved, form one of the earliest known writing systems in Mesoamerica, featuring elements that were both ideographic and phonetic, painting rich pictures of a world where language transcended oral traditions. As researchers delved deeper into the glyphs, fragments of leadership tales emerged, recounting deeds and ceremonies, political and spiritual in equal measure. Each symbol interpreted from the stone is a piece of history restored, a glimpse into the lives of a society interlaced with legend and reality. Perhaps the most compelling feature gracing this artifact is its proprietary calendrical mark, the long count date. Typically associated with the Maya civilization, here it sat on an Epi-Olmec pedestal, inscribed alongside the glyphs with a date corresponding to May 143 CE. It reveals a shared Mesoamerican knowledge, not owned solely by one civilization, but part of a collective cultural wisdom. The precision with which the long count recorded time, accommodating celestial events and earthly days, presented a vision of time as both cyclical and linear, intertwined with cosmic motions and societal rhythms. Carved meticulously into the stone are the chronicles of Harvester Mountain Lord, a ruler whose alleged tale intermingles with ceremony and governance to provide a cross-sectional view into the cultural zeitgeist of the era. These stories serve not merely as memoirs of sovereign achievements, but as excavations of the wider practices of Epi-Olmec culture, unraveling the minutiae of politics veiled in divine mythology. This blending of historical record with divine interaction casts a light on the spiritual underpinnings that colored the everyday lives of the people. It portrays a civilization where governance and spirituality were not disparate entities, but one harmonious spectrum. The astronomical inclinations of the Epi-Olmec are not lost on the La Mohara stela's surface, where celestial symbols weave through its art, demonstrating a revered understanding of the skies. These symbols highlight the importance of cosmic events, their cyclical nature providing guidance for both agricultural and ceremonial pursuits. This knowledge bequeathed divine legitimacy to earthly rulers, aligning them with the celestial, thus sanctioning their reign and reinforcing cosmic order. Amidst the stone's mythological and astronomical narratives are profound spiritual echoes that lift veils on the polytheistic beliefs cherished by the Epi-Olmec. The stela's depictions offer glimpses into a realm where deities personified the natural world and rulers acted as earthly conduits channeling divine will. Such spiritual tapestries reflect a society with an intricate belief system where myths, legends, and daily rituals overlapped, anchoring communities with a shared cosmic understanding. From the glyphs emerges the image of rulers not merely as political figures, but as vital spiritual icons. Their leadership was holistic, embodying the very fabric of the community as intermediaries of the divine. This portrayal on the La Mohara stela highlights the interdependence between governance and spirituality that shaped ancient Mesoamerican society. Rulers drew their power from harmonizing the human and supernatural, embodying a leadership tradition rooted in piety and wisdom. As observers of the La Mohara stela, we witness not only an isolated artifact, but the whisperings of cultural transmissions that stretch across Mesoamerica. The essence of shared practices resonates through the stone's glyphic echoes, suggesting exchanges of cultural and religious nuances with neighboring civilizations. The reach of Epi-Olmec influence, felt in scripts and artifacts of others, attests to a rich cultural symbiosis shaping the temporal landscape. This interconnectedness finds its anchor in the site's archaeological richness. The abundance of artifacts discovered around the Aquila River whispers of a rich tapestry of human habitation and societal development. Here, in the midst of Veracruz's woven pastures, the geological embrace of the earth ensures these treasures' preservation. The integrity with which these relics were unearthed lends credence to the richness and historic significance of the region, underscoring its soul as a center of trade and culture in antiquity. To preserve the La Mohara stela in our present day requires both an appreciation of its robustness and a delicate touch of conservation. Ensuring the stela's continued survival through modern technologies such as 3D imaging and chemical analysis illustrates a harmonious blend of cutting-edge techniques meeting ancient legacy. This bond between technology and antiquity serves as a modern homage to its intellectual progenitors, validating the push beyond traditional research paradigms to unveil hidden truths within the ancient matrix. Its impact on the field of Mesoamerican studies is both profound and humbling. The La Mohara stela shatters the ideologies that once limited understanding, urging new explorations into the complex exchanges of cultural knowledge within pre-Columbian societies. Driven by the revelations of this singular artifact, the scholarly community broadens its vistas, enriching the mosaic of Mesoamericans not as isolated entities, but as a shared narrative of diverse people imprinting their legacy upon the land. In our quest to interpret the stela's intricate glyphs, we encounter both triumph and challenge. Each symbol invites deciphered understanding, yet the absence of a Rosetta Stone-like comparison adds mystery to interpretation and discovery. This journey through the glyphic lexicon forms an expedition in understanding, a journey echoing the dedication of those determined to weave old-world complexity into modern comprehension. Modern technology lights the path through the labyrinth of the La Mohara stela's history. Advanced methodologies pierce through stone to reveal new details, aiding scholars in unraveling its elaborate mosaic. The application of spectral imaging and surface scans unveils layers of story unseen by the naked eye, reaffirming the future promise of what lies beneath the stone's time-traveling surface. In these stories carved of stone are reflections of society, hints of the dynamics within ancient governance. The narrative embodies societal values where leadership was equally of political and sacred concern. Through its engraved voice, we perceive the yearning of entire communities crafting identity through art, a tool for conveying continuity and stability within their evolving cosmos. To stand and compare the La Mohara Stela with its Mesoamerican contemporaries is to immerse oneself in a symphony of shared themes and unique narratives. The similarities and divergences unfurl the cultural dialogue that shaped ancient interactions. Here lay the tales of civilizations trading not only goods, but ideas, a testament to a cosmic dance continuing through the centuries, stitched together by the threads of shared calendars and carved histories. More than a relic, the La Mohara Stela is an enduring heritage woven into the cultural identity of descendants who tread upon the same earth. This artifact binds the past with present, sparking dialogues that intertwine memory and narrative, urging a reclamation and celebration of ancestral legacies. Through education, the stela's stories permeate knowledge, transforming a stone into a beacon of understanding resonating across time. Our collective exploration of the La Mohara Stela allows us to confront misconceptions masking the deliberate complexity of ancient Mesoamerican minds. We traverse a landscape once misunderstood through colonial eyes, acknowledging the depth of intellect and innovation long overshadowed. The myths give way to a richer tale, where the ingenuity of indigenous culture commands both respect and recognition. In its essence, the La Mohara Stela speaks of cultural interconnectedness, where the past intertwines with the future, urging a reevaluation of how we perceive diversity within the archetypes of civilization. It points to an embrace of cosmic and earthly connections, fostering an appreciation of an ancient world vibrant with exchange and dialogue, a dynamic that shapes our contemporary narrative and nourishes our eternal quest for understanding. Through this stone, we are reminded of the importance of upholding and preserving cultural treasures, for within them resound the echoes of a past that is neither lost nor forgotten. Such timeless testimony invites us to wander into whispered stories and share the ancient heartbeats etched indelibly into the stones of our world. In the tranquil recesses of the Ural Mountains lies a timeless mystery, the Shigir Idol, a relic of prehistory that whispers tales of a world long vanished. Discovered in 1894 within the depths of a secluded peat bog, where time itself seems to pause, the idol emerged like an apparition from an ancient world, its wooden form remarkably preserved by the arcane alchemy of acidic and waterlogged earth. It was the hands of gold miners, delving beneath the Earth's surface, who first revealed this enigma, buried beneath layers of peat as though shielded by the Earth's embrace for millennia. The Shigir Idol invites us to journey through the corridors of time, back to an era when humanity was on the cusp of transformation. Carbon dating, a silent revealer of age, whispers that the idol hails from approximately 12,000 years ago, deeply rooted in the Mesolithic era, a time when human beings danced between the realms of nomadic life and the nascent stirrings of agricultural settlement. This artifact stands as an enigma, a deliberate marker set down during a time when the written word was yet a dream, and humans conveyed their narratives through the rich tapestry of symbols. Upon its towering form, now diminished to nearly 3 meters, intricate carvings speak in a language not composed of letters, but of shapes and figures. Geometric patterns, zigzag lines, and multifaceted faces grace the idol's wooden visage, echoing the complexity of a mind that sought to transcend the mere concrete and reach into the ethereal. These are more than mere decorative strokes. They are deliberate etchings carved into existence, possibly recounting stories, beliefs, and wisdom. Here, on this ancient timber, the ancients immortalized their spiritual wanderings and cosmic musings, challenging the narrative that profound symbolic expression belongs solely to later, more settled societies. One cannot gaze upon the Shugir idol without contemplating the spiritual and existential ponderings it was carved to convey. It is as if, within its form, the idol captures the fleeting essence of a time when humanity stood at the crossroads of survival and symbolic thought. Could these carvings tell tales of their creators' worlds, or express a silent prayer to spirits or unfathomable deities? Perhaps these symbols chart the cosmos, a celestial map that resonated with the mysteries of their existence. Here, in the heart of its intricate designs, lies a testament to early human cognition, a bridge connecting instinct with intellect, the tangible with the transcendent. The Mesolithic era, cradling the idol in its antiquity, often finds itself eclipsed by the transformative strides of the Neolithic. Yet this era, teetering on the brink of great change, heralded significant shifts in human thought and society. The artistry of the Shugir idol illuminates the belief systems ripe within nomadic hearts, laden with coexistence with nature. It whispers of social structures held together not by the permanence of buildings, but by the mists of spiritual and intellectual bonds, binding communities through shared mythos and purpose. Within the Shugir idol resides the reflection of a people attuned to the rhythms of the earth and sky, where symbols and rituals intertwined with life itself. Nature's voice, heard through the rustle of trees and the call of distant wildlife, may have found its echo in their art, a symbiotic dance of creation and creator. It hints at a vibrant faith in the unseen forces that sculpt the fabric of existence, attending to the rites that ensure harmony with the Earth's cycles. Preserved within the peat bog, like a phantom of the past, the Shugir idol opens windows into human belief and environmental symbiosis. It prompts us to listen to the ancient breath of the Urals, a landscape bustling with cyclical power and spiritual significance. The bogs, silent sentinels against time's decay, encase organic relics that narrate their tales to those who pause to listen. This environment, both guardian and gravekeeper, cradles a civilization's whispered secrets, preserving them for epochs unnoticed until the present day. Each stroke upon the Shugir idol's surface vies for interpretation, a testament to humanity's relentless pursuit of understanding. Scholars tread gently as they strive to decode the visual language, each theory a thread woven into an elaborate tapestry of possibilities. Whether the carvings depict ancestors, deities, or celestial patterns, they remain a narrative without a singular storyteller, an open-ended invitation to embark on a journey of discovery. Modern technology has transformed the way we approach these ancient relics. Through the marvels of 3D scanning and digital modeling, the idol is reborn in the virtual realm, allowing scholars dispersed across the globe to engage with its mysteries, to feel the echo of ancient artisans within their fingertips. These innovations preserve the idol's essence, allowing its profound tales to ripple across the corridors of academia, an eternal dialogue spanning time and geography. The Shugir idol is thus not merely a relic of times past, but a beacon in the labyrinth of history, casting light upon the creative spirit that unites us across millennia. It beckons us to reevaluate the narratives of human development, inviting comparison with other ancient artifacts that cradle the echoes of symbolic thought. Across the continents, we find whispers of similar expressions, from the cave paintings of Europe to the carved petroglyphs of distant lands. Humanity's shared grammar of symbolism unfolds, revealing itself as a common thread through the epochs. In understanding this artifact within a broader global tapestry, the Shigir idol emphasizes our shared heritage, a testament to the interconnected journeys of ancient humanity. The lines etched into its body resonate with the whispers of countless generations, both a relic and a guidepost, pointing towards timeless questions about our place within the vast cosmos. Yet, amid all speculation and scholarly debate, the Shigir idol transcends its ancient secrets, venturing into the spheres of contemporary creativity. It stands as a muse for modern artists, an unfaltering emblem of humanity's eternal spark of inspiration. The idol serves as a bridge, drawing connections between the primordial and the modern, fueling a reawakening in the arts that echoes our innate inclination to create and contemplate. In classrooms and lecture halls around the world, the Shigir idol takes its place as a silent educator, encouraging minds young and old to peel away the layers of our collective history. It acts as a gateway to interdisciplinary learning, weaving together the threads of archaeology, anthropology, environmental science, and art history. The narrative of the idol, entwined with its surroundings and creators, casts a luminous path for students to traverse, fostering a respect for the shared and diverse human saga that stretches back beyond recorded memory. In its silent dignity, the Shigir idol acts as a cultural diplomat, fostering global dialogues and cooperation. Through joint efforts and cross-disciplinary studies, it becomes not a possession of one nation, but a beacon of collective human heritage, urging us to recognize and protect our shared past with tenderness and reverence as stewards of a rich and multifaceted legacy. Thus, the Shigir idol signifies not just an ancient truth, but also our modern quest for understanding. It challenges our perceptions of history, inviting us to flex the boundaries of our knowledge and to remain open to the mysteries that the past holds. It inspires a questioning spirit within us, urging us to tread new paths, unseen and beckoning, within the realm of human history. This idol, embodying the unfathomable depth of human creativity, prompts us to celebrate art as a quintessential element of cultural identity. From its intricate carvings, we can trace the evolution of our symbolic expressions, noting the parallels between artistic innovation and cultural adaptation across the ages. It is through these ancient whispers that lessons for the present and future are uncovered. As advocates of cultural heritage preservation, we are reminded of the transformative power of modern technology, an agent that bridges the ancient and the contemporary. The seamless interplay between digital precision and historical authenticity fortifies our journey of exploration, propelling us into future landscapes of discovery and understanding. Within the Shigir idol's silent presence lies a narrative arc that commences with the dawn of language and symbolism. Before words flowed upon parchment, there were symbols etched into nature itself, a testament to early expressions of non-verbal communication and cognitive evolution. They speak of a world where ideas and beliefs coalesced in patterns, paving a path toward the birth of language as humanity's sacred tool for expression. This idol, a timeless emissary, connects us to ancient humanity. Through its existence, we traverse the boundaries of modern understanding, touching the echoes of thoughts and fears resonating throughout human history. It invites contemplation of our common journey, binding us together with the shared essence that reverberates through every era. As we delve into the mysteries of the Shigir idol, we honor our ancestors and the legacy they left behind. In embracing their gifts, we find courage to explore the unknown and weave new chapters into the grand tale of human history, a drama of creativity and curiosity that spans the infinite and unites us all. In the heart of Indonesia, enveloped by an aura of timeless mystery, lie the ancient Sulawesi caves. These sacred crevices, hidden amidst lush landscapes, harbor the whispers of our ancestors, silent testimonies painted with ochre and time. They hold within their rocky folds some of the most ancient art known to humanity. As we stand at the threshold of these grottos, we embark on a journey not just through space, but through the mist of 40,000 years past, inviting us into a world where the boundary between the material and the mystical blurs. It was in the mid-20th century that these caves first whispered their secrets to modern man. Yet, it was not until the resurgence of interest, aided by the probing lens of technology, that the revelations gained their deserved attention. Through the meticulous art of uranium series dating, these prehistoric illustrations unveiled themselves as core chapters in the tale of human creativity. With dates unfurling to at least 40,000 years ago, these artworks stand among the earliest examples of artistic expression, challenging the Eurocentric cradle of creativity and situating early human culture firmly within Asia. These caves, rather like a time capsule, cradle handprints and undulating figures, illustrations birthed from the interactions between primitive tools, earthy pigments, and the creative minds of early artists. One can almost imagine the feel of the ancient air, thick with anticipation and reverence, as primitive man stood arm raised, pressed against the cave wall. With ochre-laden breath or the directed gust of a blowpipe, pigments, diluted with water or mingled with saliva, enveloped the hand, leaving behind stenciled silhouettes, simple yet profound, immediate yet timeless. The individuals who placed their hands against those ancient walls left behind more than an imprint. They left a signature, a declaration of existence from the shadows of time. They embraced not only the joy of artistic creation, but also the allure of mystery. The natural rock canvas around their hands often became adorned with images of beings, both seen and unseen, in their daily life. Creatures of fur and feather, elaborate depictions that animate the stone and breathe life into the past. These artworks, entwined with the local fauna and perhaps mythical creatures, speak of a society deeply in tune with its environment, a society that perceived its world not only through observant eyes, but through a heart awakened to the spiritual rhythm of existence. The act of depicting these creatures reveals not just the skill of the artisan, but illuminates a standing testament to humankind's early dialogue with the natural and the divine. To look upon these murals is to step into a silent narrative of abstract and figurative symbols crafted by minds capable of profound thought and intricate representation. The presence of these resilient handprints gestures toward self-awareness and a burgeoning journey into the realm of expression. The same journey that mirrors our contemporary need to leave marks upon the world. The Sulawesi art, intricate in its portrayal and profound in its ambiguity, invites our curiosity and challenges our ability to interpret. These ancient storytellers shared more than simple images. They imparted fragments of belief, visions of spirituality, perhaps tales shared amidst flickering fires, shadows dancing on cavern walls. As we ponder their significance, we understand that these forms might have been imbued with ritualistic intent. Indeed, in these shapes and forms lies an age-old conundrum. How did early humans interpret the unseen forces shaping their world? The depiction of animal figures speaks volumes of their integral role within the mythos and necessities of daily life. To render them on stone was perhaps to invoke protection or express gratitude, a silent prayer carved in stone. In their hands and creatures, the painters of Sulawesi reveal a form of visual communication, socio-cultural solidarity, and shared mythology. Art here was not merely aesthetic. It anchored a shared human experience, acting as a conduit for community values, spiritual beliefs, and existential expressions, transcending beyond mere aesthetics into the fabric of social life. The study of these works invigorates our understanding of human history, suggesting an evolution in cognition paralleled by artistic elaboration. They transform our perception, revealing a landscape where early societies were ripe with complexity, on par with their Western counterparts who painted upon the European cave walls of Chauvet and Lascaux. Engaging with these distant echoes requires patience and reverence. The intricate dance of color and form reveals both technical simplicity and profound beauty. And yet, interpreting their age and intent demands our most meticulous attentions. Through indirect measures, like mineral dating and particle analysis, we inch closer to unlocking their mysteries, piece by delicate piece. The cavernous artworks of Sulawesi invite comparison to those found in the ancient canvases of Europe. Common threads, such as the depiction of fauna and the shared impulse for expression, pulse across continents, yet each bears a distinct cultural signature. Sulawesi, with its restrained yet vivid representations, suggests a focus on presence and proximity, whereas the caves of Europe venture into landscapes of expanding narratives and grand symbology. These similarities and distinctions enrich our understanding, suggesting a universal drive for creative expression, an impulse inherent to humanity that transcended emerging geographies. Engaging with such deep-seated legacies illuminates not only the art of Sulawesi, but the very essence of human resilience and adaptability. Art, in this light, ceases to be a mere artifact of historical significance. It becomes a testament to the human spirit, a legacy binding us across the epochs. This legacy precedes modern comprehension, enduring beyond the ephemeral constructs of written history, transmuting into a bridge tethering the ancient and the contemporary. Yet neither canvas nor pigment is immortal. The delicate balance of preservation must wrestle against threats both natural and man-made. From the invisible march of time to the immediate pressures of climate change, these artworks stand at a precipice, their existence fragile and imperiled. Consequently, preserving their brilliance necessitates a partnership across continents and cultures, engaging government bodies, scientists, and local stewards of heritage. Such collaborations cultivate holistic preservation strategies, safeguarding these visual memories for the emerging consciousness of future generations. As we map the jeweled threads of connectivity across these narratives, we are reminded of the potent undercurrents that bridge early human dispersion across enigmatic landscapes. The Sulawesi caves bear witness to migratory whispers that carried, in their hushed melding with the winds, stories and insights that transcended their origins. Comprehending these mysteries anchors us in the enchanting lore of migration and cultural exchange, prompting us to question and reconstruct the grand narratives of ancient history that had long been the cornerstone of Eurocentric academic discourse. This transformative dialogue challenges us, beckoning acknowledgement of the vast intercultural interactions and multifaceted evolutions that defined and shaped early human existence. With marvel and reflection, we trace these historical currents through soul-stirring imagery, adrift in the delicate tides of a tapestry woven long before our tenure within this universe began. As the ancient past unravels, the scene shifts back to the present world, harmonious against the backdrop of a cosmic dance set with brooding anticipation of future discoveries. The Sulawesi artworks ignite our imaginations, drawing us further into historical discourse that seeks to understand the genesis of our cultural lineage. With art as the lingua franca of human creativity, these bone-deep expressions transcend borders, serving as timeless connections that summon empathy and understanding. In times both ancient and modern, these artistic creations spark curiosity and elicit admiration for the creators who dared capture the divine essence in finite form. In retrospect, we cultivate an enduring and profound respect for the intrinsic human desire to depart from the temporal familiar, embarking on dialogues that span both time and terrain. These revelations courageously transform not only the scholarly landscape, but permeate into educational pathways, inviting a gently sustained wonder in our hearts and minds. We find that true partnership lies in our reception of the past, its shared stewardship inseparably intertwined with those of Sulawesi's modern custodians. Respecting their cultural connection, engagement becomes not just scholarly, but a calling, inspiring all to meander gently upon the windswept passages of the uninterrupted grove of human experience. And so, with each step upon the worn terrain of these caves, we reflect upon our current place in history, seeking both integration and enlightenment. Enlivening these painted walls with the delicate breath of acknowledgement, this ancient art, carefully cloaked in shrouds of mystique, gifts us a timeless legacy, a luminous portal into our shared, profound heritage. It is here, shrouded amidst shadows, that we rediscover unity and embark upon an age-old exploration, a pilgrimage into the heart of humanity's creative journey, eternally echoed against the quiet resilience of rock and time. On a serene bank of the Taunton River in Berkeley, Massachusetts, rests a mysterious boulder known as Dighton Rock. This stone, standing approximately 11 feet long, 5 feet high, and 9.5 feet wide, whispers of ancient times through its enigmatic petroglyphs. Etched more than 2,000 years ago, it holds a cryptic code that has fascinated and baffled both the curious wanderer and the erudite scholar. As you stand before the rock, its silent presence speaks of untold stories and lost voyages. The engravings appear to engage in a timeless dance, entangling symbols from varied cultures, whether indigenous, Norse, or perhaps even Hebrew, each interpretation clinging to the rock like whispers of forgotten voices. This multiplicity captures the essence of human curiosity and allure, teasing the mind with ancient mysteries that defy strict categorization. During the 17th century, the first European to chronicle Dighton Rock's peculiar inscriptions was Reverend John Danforth. His sketches in 1680 ignited a spark of intrigue that would endure for centuries, forever weaving Dighton Rock into the tapestry of scholarly and amateur discourse. Those early accounts vacillated between certainty and speculation. Did the rock resonate with the ancient whispers of the Phoenician alphabet? Or did it echo indigenous artistry familiar to those who roamed these lands long before the European sailors set foot? This commingling of impressions highlights the mystic allure of Dighton Rock, a relic that beckons with promises of adventure into history's fog-choked depths. In its earliest tellings, the rock became a voyage itself, guiding its lured investigators beyond the mere mundane outlines of colonial narratives, into landscapes teeming with potentials, myths, and dreams of pre-Columbian sagas. To the Wampanoag people, guardians of these ancestral territories, the rock may embody a connection to the divine. Though evidence linking its carvings directly to the Wampanoag is elusive, indigenous symbolism endures within the whispers of its grooves. The rock could be a canvas reflecting rituals, cosmologies, and the timeless narratives that bound the tribe to this land. Stories passed through generations evoke it as a sacred relic, an echo of their symbiotic relationship with the world around. These interpretations draw attention to the often overlooked indigenous narratives, urging the listener to consider the rock within a wider contextual framework, where its stone surface gently cradles the intricate and ancient weave of human expression. Some speculate that the legends of Viking warriors reaching America's coastal fringes before Columbus's fateful landfall find truth in Dighton Rock's carvings. The allure of Norse expansion permeates the air, as Scandinavian explorers juxtapose runic interpretations upon the stone's worn surface, weaving tales of hardy mariners documenting their voyage upon this very rock. Such notions gained momentum with the discovery of Minnesota's Kensington runestone, another emblem of Norse myth. Yet, despite the seductive romance of which these theories sing, no archaeological consensus bolsters these claims. Still, the rock beckons with stories potentially told by seafaring sagas, charming the imagination with uncharted histories of distant shores and ancient paths beaten by brave Nordic travelers. Equally provocative is the speculation that Phoenician sailors, renowned navigators of the Mediterranean's azure embrace, might have inscribed this rock. Advocates of this theory argue tantalizing resemblances between some symbols and the Phoenician script. Though this notion ventures amid controversy and lacks confirmatory archaeological proof, it reflects a long-standing fascination with transoceanic links, bridging old and new worlds. In contemplating these maritime journeys, one encounters a vivid dreamscape, imagining fearless boats slicing through silken waves, while sailors etch on foreign stones tales of their wanderlust and celestial guides. Whispers of Portuguese discovery re-emerge as some suggest Dighton Rock's markings trace the journey of Miguel Corte Real, an explorer of the early 16th century. An American historian once molded scholarly fascination into a shape, suggesting these carvings could depict his tale. Although this narrative is, like others, etched in speculation rather than proof, it enriches our understanding of Dighton Rock's captivating allure. Portugal's Age of Discovery reflects the zeitgeist of Renaissance expansion, a zealous era marked by stretched cartographic boundaries and boundless curiosity. Within this spirit, Dighton Rock becomes a beacon of possibility, a tangible link with the Renaissance's animated conversations between the known world and its unexplored chapters. Yet, as these theories swirl on the winds of time, one must wander down more pragmatic paths. The rock is a geologic testament, a sandstone slate forged through millennia of Earth's enduring caress. Nature's brush has sculpted the rock's visage, playing its own enigmatic symphony upon the stone's surface. It beckons us to embrace the harmony between natural wonder and human creativity. Its weathered face speaks of a dialogue etched by both elements and exploration, an eternal companionship between the tangible earth and the ideals of eternity. Historians and seekers alike, drawn to the rock's whimsically engraved messages, have long strived to ascribe meaning to these mystic etchings. Through ages, amid the tangled vine of competing interpretations, the rock emerges as a palimpsest, a canvas for aspirations of discovery and distant echoes of long-forgotten tongues. Each theory, a thread to humanity's ongoing quest for understanding, enhances the rock's story, yet complicates its narrative. Efforts root us through historic voyages of cultural contact and exchange, inviting contemplation of the rock as both shared memory and enigma entombed in stone. Today's scholars enlist the power of technology, hoping to peel back the rock's veil. Techniques like 3D scanning and radiocarbon dating aid the discerning eye, striving to extract stories from the stone's cryptic whispers. While concrete understanding remains elusive, these advancements promise, encourage, and embrace hope, wandering into new light-bathed chambers of discovery that challenge old shadows and foster new questions. Preserved within Dighton Rock State Park Museum, this historical artifact stands protected against the onward march of nature and humankind. Here, sacred space preserves not just the rock, but the essence of inquiry, offering a realm for reflection and knowledge. By guarding and honoring the rock's tangible and intangible attributes, the museum fosters a dynamic engagement, deepening our connection to the rock's resonant mysteries. It becomes a portal for explorers of both the heart and mind, bathed in a luminescent quest for meaning and mastery over time's mosaic puzzle. The rock has summoned scholars from all quarters of the globe to partake in spirited debate. Across disciplines and schools of thought, voices join to weave a harmonious conversation aimed at revealing the secrets within its stone heart. These exchanges, far from diluting its mystery, instead amplify its allure, a gala of intellect binding specialists in a timeless embrace around a shared inquiry. Beyond academia and analysis, the Dighton Rock blooms in the garden of popular imagination. Art, literature, and lore draw upon its allure, crafting tales that transcend tepid chronology. It becomes an emblem, an artifact sailing the luminous seas of creativity. As each artist reimagines the rock's role, those who engage with these imaginative endeavors find themselves transported into speculative realms where past and present meld with delicate artistry and narrative elegance. The rock's capacity to defy our complete understanding inspires creativity where others see constraint. Alternative theories, some suggesting extraterrestrial involvement, emerge from a wellspring of human curiosity anxious to grasp infinity's coattails. Though unconventional, these views remind us of humanity's search for transcendent meaning amidst the unknowable, casting starlight upon a path that ventures beyond our worldly orbit. Preserving the rock requires a delicate balancing act, speaking to care and stewardship that uphold access and learning under nature's steady gaze. By weaving the efforts of historians, archaeologists, and caretakers, a community comes together, unified by a shared desire to protect and explore. In this endeavor, the rock becomes more than a relic. It embodies a testament of resilience, continuity, and human curiosity carried across time's perpetuity. In Massachusetts, across oceans and landscapes, the rock's reverberations continue to captivate scholars and adventurers. As a global artifact, it becomes a touchstone of shared human history, tying continents with threads of exploration that question and connect, evoking dialogues of discovery and intrigue. Within this emergence, indigenous voices reclaim lost histories, weaving their narratives back into the rock's cherished lore. As custodians of tradition, they offer interpretations that cast refreshed perspectives, a vibrant mosaic of cultures bound together under the broader notion of a complex, interconnected human journey. Today's exploration of Dighton Rock celebrates histories both shared and distinct, the narratives forming bridges rather than chasms across our collective past. Since its surface first kissed by curious eye, the rock unveils vital intersections of cultural interactions. It becomes a pinpoint for shared memory, a reminder of hands once outstretched in mutual understanding, casting divisions aside. As a canvas for humanity's first strokes of expression, the rock's carvings align with a tradition existing from time immemorial. Rock art, a universal language etched across continents, embodies humanity's search for connection through symbol and shape. Each mark is a testament to the profound and enduring quest for understanding, spanning time and touching the human spirit. Within the marriage of science and art, of fact and mystery, Dighton Rock stands as both enigma and muse. It transforms factual reality into imagined landscapes, painting narratives that shimmer with possibilities of untold journeys and enduring legacies upon its sheltering surface. Far more than an artifact, Dighton Rock is a national treasure, a symbol of shared heritage that threads through generations, binding individuals within a collective past. Within it, our dreams are etched in tandem with knowledge, urging reflection upon the importance of preserving both the physical and spiritual legacy for future discovery. Challenges arise in interpreting ancient inscriptions, shrouded in fragmented evidence. Yet these mysteries ignite ceaseless attempts to unveil knowledge. While the riddles remain elusive, their examination compels us toward choices between certainty and conjecture, daring us to explore crossroads where history's echoes meet the unknown. Through its enduring presence, Dighton Rock forges connections across artifacts, linking narratives spanning cultures and ages. As symbols mutually embrace continents, they trace paths to our collective humanity. In contemplating the rock's mysteries, we glimpse not merely separate histories, but the interwoven tapestry of humanity's ancient and continuous narrative. On a remote hill in Elbert County, Georgia, stands a modern enigma whispering secrets of timeless resonance. Erected in 1980, the Georgia Guidestones rise nearly 20 feet high, their imposing form echoing ancient echoes akin to Stonehenge. Each of these granite monoliths bears inscriptions communicating in 8 of the world's modern tongues: English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, Chinese, and Russian, serving as a multilingual message intended for humanity's continuum. The stones also nod to ancient wisdom, with shorter inscriptions in Babylonian cuneiform, Classical Greek, Sanskrit, and Egyptian hieroglyphs, invoking the wisdom of civilizations long past. The birth of this mysterious monument is shrouded in enigma, tied to a man known only by the pseudonym R.C. Christian. Representing a small group of loyal Americans, Christian oversaw the creation of this grand structure through the Elberton Granite Finishing Company. His very name, reminiscent of Rosicrucian lore, hints at deeper, concealed meanings infused within these silent sentinels. In their alignment with celestial bodies, like their ancient counterparts, the Guidestones speak silently of cosmic rhythms, inviting interpretations that bridge the heavens and the earth. Situated in a time marked by Cold War tensions and looming fears of nuclear extinction, the construction of the Guidestones resonated with a call for humanity to look beyond immediate survival. In a world rife with uncertainty, R.C. Christian's vision sought to craft a guidepost for rebirth and continuity, a blueprint for a future thriving beyond cataclysm. The stones were meticulously crafted under precise instructions, evolving into a tangible testament to human ingenuity and foresight. With each stone carefully positioned, a cosmic calendar was formed, a reflection of ages and an aspiration toward intertwining practicality with spiritual legacy. Standing in solemn silence, These granite behemoths comprise 4 upright slabs encircling a central stone, crowned by a monumental capstone. This celestial design is not mere architecture, but a profound narrative carved into the earth itself. The structure's configuration, aligning with the sun and moon, mirrors the intricate choreography of celestial dances, threading together space and time through stone. Within their surface, the stones engrave 10 guidelines for posterity, each a whisper advocating for peace, governance, ecological balance, and harmony, with ideals that echo through the corridors of time. The most compelling element of the guide stones is the message carved upon them. Their guidelines propose maintaining a balance with nature, urging the reduction of humanity's footprint to ensure ecological harmony. In suggesting the mastery of one's own genetic destiny and the unity across diverse cultures, they reach beyond practicalities toward enlightenment, threading together a tapestry of communal hope. Scholars and interpreters have long debated these tenets, viewing them as blueprints for a world reshaped through collective reason, one that leans into the challenges of ecological and political destabilization with the perspective of wisdom reclaimed from ages gone by. Yet, at the heart of the guide stones lies the enigma of R.C. Christian, a ghostly presence orchestrating a narrative enriched by secrecy. Wrapped in incognito, the identity of this orchestrator invites speculation and intrigue, his anonymity providing fodder for endless theories. Was Christian a solitary visionary, a collective voice, or a conscious echo of Rosicrucian principles? His discretion ensured a legacy stewed in mystery, a challenge to individuality, and a collective interplay of legacy and secrecy. His anonymity transforms the narrative woven into the stones, fueling debates and discussions that teeter on the edge of revelation and concealment. As the stone engravings echo, we are led into realms of philosophical inquiry and ethical deliberation. The stones do not merely offer observations, they mandate contemplation, an introspective engagement with questions of moral duty and forward thinking. Reflecting on their communications prompts discussions on human praxis, the ethics of existence, and the balancing act of collective well-being against wary liberties. They reflect humanity's dance on the precipice of collapse or evolution, urging the present to ponder the obligations the future shall hold. Mirroring ancient architects, the creators of the guide stones sought inspiration from the patterns and lore of our forebears. Emulating megalithic traditions, these stones were strategically aligned with astronomical phenomena, creating a living calendar echoing ancient observatories. These alignments embody the essence of timelessness, a bridge anchoring the ancient gaze to future aspirations, basin of past wisdom immersed in the opened vistas of tomorrow. In the glow of stars and beneath the wheel of the year, the guide stones emerge with astrological resonance. Their precise engineering makes an ode to the heavens, where the cosmic dance of stars and planets weaves a narrative that transcends the limitations of a singular epoch. Incorporating features like a hole aligning with the North Star and a slit to capture the sun's zenith, these stones become instruments of immortal introspection, inviting humanity to consider its cosmic place and the merging of celestial inspirations with terrestrial existences. A global tapestry weaves itself around these stones, threads spun from an array of cultural interpretations. Reverberating across continents and cultures, the guide stones evoke a spectrum of responses from veneration to conspiracy. Some interpret them as philosophical statements embodying humanist ideals. Others inscribe them with ominous speculation, suggesting veiled plots of control. The media and scholarly discourse birth a kaleidoscope of values and anxieties, each viewing the stones through the prisms of their own cultural lens, questioning who controls narrative and legacy, and in what forms such narratives stand to shape humanity's path. The interplay between humanity and the natural world forms a crucial motif in the guide stone's message. Charged with the invocation of sustainable futures, they call for ecological awareness and an empathetic re-engagement with the Earth's tenacious cradle. They champion stewardship, echoing back to a kinder epoch where coexistence with nature was revered, a global guidance to rediscover lost synergism with the Earth. These inscriptions shimmer as reminders of a philosophy that hovers between care and caution, demanding a perceptive reading into ancient environmental imperatives. Yet, with reverence, the stones are not without critique. From their inception stirs a complex current of debate, challenging the intentionality behind their creation. Whether they suggest utopian ideals or sinister authoritarian blueprints remains an open question. Do these stones veil warnings against overpopulation and resource greed, clashing with modern democratic tenets? The enigmatic perceptions they conjure manifest in critical discourse, reflecting divergent philosophies and hinting broadly at the potential futures embedded within shadowy realms. Murmuring with spiritual inclinations, the stones connect corporeal and mystical domains through narratives akin to New Age thought. These insights flow across the seams of human consciousness, delving into the interconnected fabric woven by ancient and emergent philosophies. Through such alignments, the stones explore extended consciousness beyond material confines, aspiring toward holism and cohesiveness, nourished by burgeoning spiritual universes. They skirt the tangible, inviting the observer to drift in contemplative reverie. Wrapped within the myths and conjecture surrounding the guide stones are threads leading into the realms of conspiracy. Their call for unity and measured living incites theories of concealed power dynamics, alleged designs of a new world order steered by invisible hands. The enigmatic intertwining of truth and imaginative conjecture infuses the societal psyche, revealing tensions and suspicions shaped in the crucible of uncertainty. Whispering the ethos of indigenous wisdom, the guide stones advocate for an ethos honoring interconnections over dominations. Their messages fall into step with burned memories of pre-colonial equilibrium, recounting stories steeped in reverential traditions that revered symbiotic balance. In these echoes are voiced the unspoken philosophies of harmonic, enduring legacies enriching current existential frameworks. Centrally cited in contemporary discourse, the importance of ecological equilibrium surfaces from the stones' enduring vigil. Their messages become urgent, a plea for moderating humanity's swelling impact upon Earth's fragile ecosystems. With quiet insistence, the stones inspire a deeper reflection on how regenerative practices may evolve, better to cherish the Earth's remaining bounty and inspire societies oriented not merely toward sustenance, but sustainability. Entwined with reflections of technological awakening, the guide stones present philosophical palettes suggesting purposeful innovation over unchecked development. They reflect a cautionary tale, urging us to discern progress's value through empathetic empowerment rather than heedless escalation. A call to moderation echoes within, a balance against technological dominance, a reminder to temper advancement with sensitivity within a modern milieu. Their construction speaks to a mathematic symphony, weaving symbolisms etched in geometry that pay homage to timeless doctrines echoing cosmic narratives. The design reflects patterns transcending single epochs, reverberating whispers of geometric harmony. This elemental dance of numbers and form elevates the stones above their stationary elegance into metaphysical ripples, inspiring wonder and reflective communion amid geometric sonnets. Among the stone's earthly whispers, legends emerged of a mysterious time capsule enthroned beneath, awaiting epochs unraveling its enshrined contents. Such speculations tease the imagination, feed conjecture, casting the monument in roles not solely as guardians of messages, but vessels holding futures untold. Here, time intertwines into a continuum, tying their legacy to assumptions of suspense and eventual revelation, poised for unraveling through history's filtering sieve. Beneath temporal confines, a spiritual resonance weaves, blending earthly with esoteric dimensions stirring within the Georgia Guidestones. Their presence incites meditations on spiritual discoveries unabated by the firmament's watch, suggesting a journey transcending mere earthly beginnings. In such whispered tones, esoteric unveiling marries the mortals with the cosmos, merging horizonary glimpses and sublime ruminations. Through interpretations both political and social, murmurs cascade from the engravings. Concealed in these stones lie commentaries upon human endeavors to dissolve barriers defining governance and resources. Enhanced moral flexibility folds into the present's dialogues, unveiling missed possibilities envisioned beyond entrenched stagnations, harnessed to facilitate engaging synergistic progressions. The eventual destruction of the Guidestones, like the surprise of their fruition, has stirred currents darker than envisioning. A canvas marked by an explosion in July 2022 marked not an ending, but an evolving lore. This act of destruction, mirroring wider societal dialogues about the sanctity of symbols and memory, adds to the mystery, perplexity fueling further contemplation. Beyond the physical stones, their enduring voice resonates through time, a lingering legacy shaping stories for eras yet conceived. From their enigmatic inception springs a refined commitment, breathing life into newly echoed questions, offering wisdoms of perspective recalibrated, inspirations of noble futures birthed upon the unstable edge of time, aflame with promise. In the grand tapestry of time, stones stand as silent sentinels, bearing witness to the rise and fall of civilizations, the ebb and flow of cultures. Echoing across the millennia, the engravings etched into their surfaces are more than just markings. They are the whispers of ancient minds, expressions of beliefs, dreams, and realities of bygone eras. Yet, the true challenge that remains is deciphering these whispers amidst the cacophony of contemporary interpretations and biases. To listen is not merely to decode their physical markings, but to embrace a perspective that encapsulates cultural contexts and historical debates, an endeavor that stretches beyond the boundaries of a traditional archaeological pursuit. It beckons toward a deeper understanding of human consciousness and the evolution of culture, urging us to confront the intricate convergence of archaeology, politics, and dogma. Herein lies the question that echoes through the corridors of time. When the stones speak in their profound and unyielding honesty, are we truly capable of listening beyond our own preconceptions? Throughout the ages, interpretations crafted around ancient inscriptions have often been woven with political intent. These stone-carved symbols have become malleable instruments in the hands of empires and nations, forging identities, justifying territorial claims, and upholding ideological narratives that fit the mold of present-day agendas. The Behistun inscription serves as a stark example, pivotal in deciphering cuneiform, yet wielded as a tool to assert imperial grandeur. Such political commandeering of historical narratives underscores an essential truth: the need for an unbiased approach that favors genuine inquiry, where listening to the stones necessitates stripping away layers of constructed history to unearth an unfiltered truth. This pursuit is riddled with challenges, requiring a delicate balance between skepticism and acceptance, an acknowledgement of the manipulative vulnerabilities that archaeological interpretations may bear. It is a dedication to scientific rigor, an exploration that demands questioning the motives behind interpretations, both past and present. The tapestry of knowledge woven through academic consensus tends to dictate which stones are worthy of study and which silently fade into obscurity, neglected due to their misalignment with established frameworks. This consensus, while vital in providing structure and understanding, occasionally acts as a suppressive force, stifling creativity and inquiry. Such is the fate met by the Ica stones and the Los Lunas Decalogue stone, whose narratives challenge entrenched histories and face dismissal as mere hoaxes rather than incitements for deeper exploration. The challenge posed by academic dogma is its potential to shroud creativity, relegating anomalous artifacts to the shadows, where truly hearing the stones necessitates academic flexibility and the courage to entertain initially implausible theories. Interdisciplinary approaches and the inclusion of indigenous perspectives could enrich our understanding, revealing that wisdom often lies hidden within that which orthodox viewpoints overlook. A singular narrative threatens to dominate, oversimplifying the complex intricacies of human history, rendering multifaceted truths into digestible yet often skewed stories. Such narratives can emerge not solely from the realm of historical scholarship, but are also driven by cultural prejudices and geopolitical aspirations. In this dichotomy, a comprehensive understanding is sacrificed for a palatable version of history, reinforcing contemporary beliefs and biases. The remedy to this is found in embracing the multiplicity of narratives. Acknowledging history is neither linear nor singular, but a mosaic of diverse, sometimes contradictory paths. To allow the stones to speak means considering their stories within this broader tapestry, examining how they interweave with human tales across regions and cultures. By recognizing that slivers of truth exist simultaneously, we become better equipped to appreciate the nuanced insights these stones offer, understanding that they may reveal different stories depending on the eyes interpreting them. Cultural lenses inevitably color our perceptions and interpretations of ancient inscriptions. The biases inherent in these lenses alter the meaning and significance of historical artifacts, shaping narratives that elevate certain cultural achievements while eclipsing others. This tendency to view artifacts through predominantly Western or Eurocentric frameworks results in the marginalization of non-European contributions, exemplified by the initial dismissal of the Tărtăria Tablets and the Kokno stone. True listening demands a critical assessment of these biases, striving for an inclusive historical perspective. By incorporating diverse cultural viewpoints and valuing indigenous knowledge systems, we diversify the narrative landscape, ensuring that marginalized perspectives receive the scrutiny and consideration they deserve. This inclusive approach broadens historical understanding, providing alternative explanations and insights that enrich the tapestry of human experience. In the realm of archaeology, assumptions guide research and interpretation, yet these presumptions can often restrict discovery. When examining ancient inscriptions like the Rosetta Stone or the Kensington Rune Stone, it becomes apparent that pre-existing assumptions concerning language, migration, and cultural contact greatly influence interpretations. While they provide helpful starting points, such assumptions may obscure alternative interpretations or discourage questioning of established beliefs. Listening with openness involves revisiting and, if need be, challenging these foundational assumptions, embodying the idea of history as a living inquiry subject to continuous reevaluation amidst new findings and perspectives. By nurturing archaeological curiosity and a willingness to explore the unknown, we undertake the responsibility of allowing the stones to speak unfiltered, free from preconceived expectations. Each discovery of an ancient inscription renews the opportunity to redefine historical narratives, emphasizing history's dynamic nature as a discipline. New finds like the Shigir idol or the Sulawesi cave handprints hold the potential to challenge accepted chronologies and paradigms, reimagining what we consider possible regarding ancient cultures' symbolic and intellectual prowess. By allowing these discoveries to influence our understanding openly and objectively, we embrace the natural fluidity of interpreting historical records. This openness honors the past while fueling future scholarship and inquiry, encouraging subsequent generations to explore, question, and redefine their perceptions of what these stones signify. Thus, listening to the stones becomes a commitment to adaptation and evolution, reflecting the essence of intellectual growth and discovery. Ancient inscriptions stand as gateways to the consciousness and symbolic worlds of their creators, offering insights into their thought processes and worldviews. Through artifacts like the Göbekli Tepe pillars or the La Mohara stela, these symbols suggest complexity and abstraction, challenging contemporary assumptions about cognitive abilities. Engaging with these inscriptions compels us to consider the possibility that historical civilizations held sophisticated symbolic understandings akin to or surpassing our own. Acknowledging and exploring this complexity allows us to appreciate the richness and depth of ancient cultures' engagement with their environment, forging a connection with the past that transcends mere historical record, linking us in a mutual quest for meaning and understanding. Over the vast expanse of history, certain findings have faced suppression, their implications threatening to unravel accepted narratives. Discoveries like the Paraíba inscription or the Phaistos disc suggest networks of interconnected ancient worlds, yet these possibilities often linger at the fringes of scholarly acceptance. Listening to the revelations within these suppressions requires a willingness to entertain and investigate possibilities diverging from the mainstream. In honoring the stone's potential to reshape our understanding, we open ourselves to a broader reevaluation, embracing stories that challenge perspectives and allow a fuller encounter with ancient mysteries. Beyond the known narratives, ancient inscriptions resonate with esoteric significance, reflecting humanity's quest to comprehend the universe and their role within it. Mystical languages and symbols inscribed on the glosal tablets or the Dighton rock delve into spirituality and transcendence, hinting at a sacred dimension to these engravings. Engaging with their esoteric facets requires viewing them as conduits for exploration and enlightenment, considering the notion that inscriptions connected ancient civilizations with metaphysical realms, surpassing physical limitations toward higher truths. This approach enriches the understanding of history, both spiritual and empirical, inviting a perspective that sees these stones as more than historical records, but as bridges to universal insights. The recirculation of symbols across cultures and epochs suggests an intrinsic universality in human symbolic expression. Evident in artifacts like the Tărtăria Tablets and the Shigir idol, this phenomenon raises questions around cross-cultural connections and the consistency of symbolic systems throughout history. By recognizing recurring motifs as evidence of shared human experiences and cognitive processes, we widen our comprehension of ancient interconnectedness, contemplating that symbolism was a common language transcending time and geography. Embracing this continuity leads to a more holistic understanding of ancient human expression. Expanding archaeological paradigms is crucial as exploration boundaries continue to widen. Integrating interdisciplinary methods, technological advancements, and alternative narratives into the study of inscriptions fosters an understanding of human history's multifaceted nature. Such openness to varied methodologies reconstructs ancient narratives with enhanced accuracy, promoting dialogue between past and present. By embracing this expanded paradigm, we better equip ourselves to listen genuinely to the stones, acknowledging history's complexities. Breaking ground with technological advancements has transformed the study of ancient inscriptions, allowing for detailed analyses previously unattainable. High-resolution scanning and digital modeling uncover new dimensions in inscriptions like the Kokno stone and the Georgia Guide stones, revealing intricacies once hidden. Combining technological innovations with traditional methods presents a renewed interpretative approach, demonstrating that the past holds untapped mysteries. Through technology, the stones speak more clearly, unveiling layers of meaning that enrich our comprehension. Reconstructing the narratives that stones hold is an imperative assignment, despite the challenge of retrieving lost context. Artifacts such as the Sumerian King List or the Behistun inscription require dedication to piecing together their fragmented stories. Embracing these reconstructed narratives involves facing uncertainties with acceptance, acknowledging that elements remain unknowable. Yet the endeavor reflects humanity's enduring desire to connect with ancestral legacies. In engaging with ancient echoes, we ensure their resonance in the present contributes to contemporary thought. These stones form more than relics of a distant past. They are a foundation for cultural heritage, shaping contemporary identity. Artifacts like the Rosetta Stone and Kensington Rune Stone illuminate lineage, tradition, and interconnectedness, tying together modern narratives with ancestral wisdom. Recognizing this inheritance is essential for cultivating an identity grounded in historical knowledge, where listening to the stones reiterates cultural wisdom's role in our current and future orientation. The physical existence of inscribed stones holds profound symbolic resonance, impacting our understanding of human expression at philosophical and spiritual depths. Artifacts like the Nazca lines to the Sulawesi cave handprints capture reflections of divine, societal, and existential contemplations that transcend time. Engaging with these symbolic resonances invokes openness and contemplation, seeing stones as conduits linking tangible experiences with the intangible. This convergence shows that listening to the stones involves appreciating the rich expressions and intangible legacies they preserve. Venturing into the minds that created these inscriptions is an archaeological journey into ancestral thought processes. Understanding creations such as the Los Lunas Decalogue stone or the Shigir idol helps unravel ancient cognitive and spiritual landscapes. An empathetic yet scholarly approach fosters interpretation on a personal level, viewing inscriptions as expressions of timeless human curiosity. Through this realm of discovery, stones find their voice, dialogues across centuries in the perpetual quest for meaning and understanding. Preservation of these narratives demands ethical archaeological engagement, acknowledging the interests of stakeholders, including indigenous communities and academic institutions. Ensuring future generational contemplation relies on fostering collaboration that honors diverse contributions to preservation ethics. Listening to stones through this paradigm amplifies and sustains their historical significance, prompting genuine dialogue across cultures and ages. Through such ethical stewardship, stones continue to speak, honoring their importance across the expanse of human timelines. The ancient voices captured in stone echo wisdom that encourages modern reflection, guiding future pathways. The narratives of resilience, creativity, and adaptation inscribed within these artifacts resonate with contemporary challenges. To hear these echoes is to see their lessons as navigational aids, merging past insights with present uncertainties. By bridging past and present, we apply ancestral wisdom to modernity, completing a reverent embrace of ancient messages as lessons for advancing forward. As this journey through stone narratives concludes, we find ourselves at history's nexus, standing amidst the echoes of the past and whispers of the future. This odyssey reveals that history is both observed and shaped by those willing to listen. Our willingness to engage with engraved stories deepens the connection between past epochs and present realities. The stones continue their silent dialogue, offering echoes that guide, inspire, and challenge. How we choose to listen will determine not only our interpretation of individual stories, but the broader tapestry of human history itself. Embracing this dialogue confirms our place in a continuum of existence, humbly recognizing the complexity and splendor of human expression. With every inscription decoded and every mystery pondered, we uphold an enduring commitment to listen beyond preconceptions, honoring the stones as timeless beacons of insight and understanding.